Let's do it. Ah, man. Hey, Phoenix. How you doing? Oh, I'm dragging. But 6.5 hours to go, man. We'll see if I can actually make it all the way. I may actually have to do a little bit of a push later on. Pause, take a nap, come back. We'll see. But for the moment, I guess the Circle of Bones is calling me. Oh, let's go to the moon. Guess I should put something relatively legit on here. I guess this'll do. Why not? Actually, let's do this. Bring that. Yeah, that'll do. Now my nose is itching. Not usually a good sign. Yeah, so I've done most of these quests, actually all of these quests, on so many characters. But apparently, when I was looking through the Legacy kiosk, my Titan has never finished the Death Singer quest line. And since I've got to be up 6 hours, my brain's going to become more and more pudding-like as time goes on. This seems like a great time to do that. Where the hell am I? What's going on? There we go. So let's do that. God, how long has it been since I've been in this part of the moon? And who runs around in the open world part of the moon anymore? Like, seriously. It's been so long since I've just run around. Always so focused. It's like, yeah, doing GMs. Fun. Gotta get in that dredging title. So you got some Gambit. Okay. Less fun. But everything's got a mission. Everything's focused. When's the last time I just, you know, screwed around? Ran around in the open world. This almost feels like an exotic location. And it's the frickin' moon. It's been around for 3 years now. Well, I mean, in this instance, D1 had it. Hey, Phoenix, did you play D1? I'm presuming you play D2. You were asking if I'm playing that. But did you ever play D1? When did you come into Destiny? That guy's gotta go. I don't know if he's on. Truth be told, looking at the number of viewers, maybe he is. If you are, look forward to a response. But hey, if you're not, no harm, no foul. There you are. Hey, buddy. Let's go. Get that flag. The Symphony of Death. The Symphony of Death. Oh, there we go. I was like losing focus on me. 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours to go, man.
Luna, forever haunted by
Got
the
this.
Hive's vile corruption. But we will turn their wicked sins against them. Bind Toland's guardian. Let his shattered mind guide you.
Yeah, you did.
The siren call of the Death Singers pervades the minds of those with little
Yeah,
strength.
this is how you deal with Toland.
Step beyond the threshold and display your power.
It's not working. Can't capture him. Look at that. Hi, guys. How you doing? Doing good? Yeah? All right, cool. Yeah, doing good. Yeah. All right. Wicked Communion stopped. All right, come on in. Come hang out with me in my fire pit. It's very toasty. Keeps everyone warm. It's made of solar. Everybody loves a little solar. Oh, get over here. Get over here. Ooh, look at you. What's your deal? Oh, you're an overload, huh? All right. Well, gotta admit, did not bring anything for you, buddy. But I can do that, so you know, there's that. Chong. Is that just like a wandering overload? Like, hey, how you doing? I don't remember there being wandering overloads. It seems random that he'd just be down here being like, hey, just being an overload. There, I mean, I feel like I've stopped the Hive's Wicked Communion. This guy isn't gonna commune. We have an agreement. It's all good. All right. Oh. What's up, Toland? What's up, T? Cool.
The skull of the devoted belongs to you now.
Sure does.
There is great power in it. Should you find
There.
the path,
That's my little Ghostbuster representation. Go chat with Eris. All right, I could do that. Impressed with my ghost busting skills. You know, I could go to the EDZ. I could also do the thing there. I gotta say, I like the way this looks. I mean, this is literally just the what's it called? Single light strip, but it looks nice. It actually looks nicer in the image than it does in person. In person, you can see the individual lights on the strip, so it's not as, you know, pretty. But, you know, it's cool. It's cool. Hey, buddy. Alright, yeah, I guess if I want to go see Eris. If ladies want to see Eris, just go see Eris. Two more flawless catch crash, apparently. I could do that. Okay. Von Guano. And level 214, I'm a newbie.
Heard the call of the death song.
It doesn't seem accurate.
Do you remember its tune? Madness and decay.
Okay.
And destruction.
Hellmouth.
Its terrible melody.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Weep, 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 weep. Map fragments. Okay. I just need 13 more map fragments to close that out. That's basically like a catch crash or two, right? So let's go do that. We'll catch a catch. We'll catch a catch and we'll crash it. We'll crash the caught catch. The catch that is caught will be crashed. We're gonna catch crash when I crash that catch. Crap. It's off by like 6 minutes, I want to say. Where the hell did that offset come from? God, why does it... Well, I mean, I know why it bugs me so much. I'm a developer by day. I'd look it up. But, like, my ability to follow a cogent thought right now seems imperiled. And why I decided to say it that way, that was weird. Ugh, goodness, my goodness. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, look at that. Okay, sorry. I'm just realizing that my 60% keyboard that I bought, that, as far as I could see, did not have a way to actually do some of the things I needed to do. Can do them with the function key because I was too blind to notice. Well, there you go. It's got all the keys on the board. Yeah, that'll work. You know? I bet you do. I bet you know.
Show no mercy.
Do not judge these poor fools, Guardian. They are commanded by a liar.
Mizrax calls me a liar. Don't make me speak to your daughter again.
Totally Karen vibes right there. Don't make me speak to your daughter. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Well, that's nice. Oh, geez. Average viewers. Hey, one whole average viewer. That's nice. It's up from my 0.2s and 0.3s. So, you know, that's nice. I'm just here to, you know, game and make friends. I like friends. Friends are nice. Smacking people with the hammer is also nice. Ooh, what was that? I like smoky. Looks smoky. Let's see what happens if I do this all backwards. Is this punishment? Oh, nope, it's not bad. Okay. I was expecting some weird glitch, kind of like when you do dares backwards. Oh my god, there's something I could be doing. I could be doing dares until my eyes bleed. Otherwise, how am I going to get those frickin' hooby-doobies? Hooby-doobies don't hooby-dooby themselves, you know? You know? That's what I can do. I can make myself progress and sad. Alright, actually, let's switch weapons so that I'm progressing all the crap I give a crap about. You, Quillum. Quillum's Terminus. That's right, sucker. There we go. Come on, buddy. There we go. Ah, my hammer! You made me lose my hammer! I'm away. I got my hammer. No, my hammer! Sometimes you need a hammer. Excuse me. Just here to tuk 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 tuk. Ooh, scurvy must be out. There we go. There we go. There. Told you I'd hammer you. Oh, they already got it. Okay, nice. Excuse me. Hate it when those guys get their shields all up in my face. In my biz. I don't need that in my life. All right.
If Aramis had the relics, she wouldn't have sent this crew against
Ooh,
us.
people teleporting. Good times. What's up, doggies? I call it the mini cube. I become so not. No, that's a different song. Okay. Get him. Ah! You little shit. This one or that one? It is this one.
The bandits ready for a final defense. End their voyage, Guardian.
The pirate life's a tough one. You must be hard as a coffin nail to have survived this long, Mithrax.
That would appear to be true.
Come on, top deck. There we go. Yeah. Like, get your points, dude. Get your points. Here it comes. You'd best run, buddy. Rawr. It just seems so crankety dankety. Hey, none of that. I know what you're doing there. I've seen you do it before. Not a fan. Brawr! Give me my celebrates. I will emote. Told you I'd emote. Leveled up my Quillums. Leveled up my Blood Feud. Got my map fragments. That was productive. Yeah.
Osiris. In his sleep. He cries out. I feel like he's trying to say something to me.
He's like, hey,
I cannot understand it.
careful. That's what he's saying to you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hooray! Ah. All right, just Just a little over 6 hours left. Hot damn. Only the hottest of dams. Hot friggin' damn. There we go. Commander and cartographer. So all I need to do is shit ton more emotings. Wow, words. That doesn't even sound like a thing that is words. It's a Dux. I can't invite him to Dux. His fire team is closed. I gotta unclose mine. Wow, there we go. Now we are friendos. Friendo and clans only. He said something. Sure. Sounds like we're going to be doing some lost sectors. Woo! I'll invite. Yep. Fact. Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Not much. Just counting down the time.
Are you super tired?
I am. I am tired. Yeah, I've got just a little under 6 hours to go.
All right, man. All right.
All right, so we got some haunted sectors.
I mean, I'll do whatever you want, dude. I'm just making suggestions.
Oh no, it's a good suggestion. Honestly, I am doing. I was doing Catch Crash, I have no need for it. The only other thing I was thinking of, it just hit me, since I have literally nothing left this season outside of the raid stuff that we're doing. I was like, I could go do a bunch of dares, but I mean, as much as I could do haunted sectors, it's literally
I would also do dares. So if we finish this, because I'll do dares because I need red borders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll spam dares. I don't care.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's get some haunted sectors to get that stuff. That's got more of a time crunch than the dares do.
I got 62 pages, so it's a few runs.
No worries. Honestly, they're in the same bucket to me. So I tried doing. I'll tell you, I was in the middle of doing a solo prophecy at I think it was 2 or 3 in the morning, and I actually got almost done with the captain, on the little pier before you do the wasteland area. And, yeah, and I got him down to literally one more paired dunk, and I just had to finish out a quarter of his life bar left, and I was like, oh, that'll be no problem. And then he space yeeted me, and I was just like, it's 3 in the morning. I don't. Yeah, dude. That's more effort than I'm willing to put in. And then it was just like, well, what am I gonna do? Because I looked at everything that was left in Destiny, and I'm like, the fun stuff that is dumb, like this, is just really repetitive when it's just you. It's part of the fun of this is the social factor. It's you can bullshit while you're doing it. And then like all the things that it's like, well, these are things I would do solo. Like they just sounded so exhausting at 3 a.m. I was like, never mind. So I left that, and I was originally going to do Horizon Zero Dawn, but I'm like, dude, I'm so tired. I'm not even going to remember what happened next time I play. And the whole point of that game is, you know, to experience the story, right? So I'm like,
yeah, I never played it. I'm told it's super cool. I know that.
It's great. I'm about a little over halfway through it. I looked up like a walkthrough because I like just getting kind of like a mental percent bar, like how far am I in the story, kind of a thing. And
okay.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm a little over halfway. And I'm one of those guys like you know, everything's all like level gated. I always do all the side quests. So I like literally start at what is the thing I have the lowest level on, and just do that, and then go on to the next thing. So it's like by the time I get to anything, I'm like so OP because I've done absolutely everything. But it's like it's the only way I can see all the story bits, you know. So yeah, I was thinking about that, but I just couldn't do it because I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna remember any of the shit that I do tonight because I'm so beat. So I was like, I'll bring out something I really like. So I took loaded up Control because I played it all the way through on console. Great game if you haven't played it. But I bought it on PC because it has ray tracing on the PC version, and I wanted to see what that looked like. And it was like totally on sale. It was like $7-10, something like that. And so I played that for about half an hour to an hour, and it's gorgeous, and it's reminding me of all the things I loved about it. But then I'm like,
is Control the one that's like you're playing as the girl who's in like a science facility or something, and like
yeah, it's like a weird after I played Control, that's when I heard about the whole urban legend about the back rooms, and it's like very much kind of in that vein where it's like this weird sort of mundane supernatural kind of vibe to it.
So I remember when it came out, and I didn't pay any attention to it until I found out that it's a continuation of like the Alan Wake world.
Yep.
I didn't care until I found out it was part of Alan Wake, and then I've always wanted to play it because I love Alan Wake.
I have to admit, I was kind of originally brought into it because a friend of mine wrote a chunk of the story for it. She was brought in. She's kind of I think she's actually working on the next Fable right now, but like at the time she was brought in as like a story specialist because they had like a whole subplotty thing, which I know what it is, but I'm gonna hold it for spoilers because if you ever play it, which I do recommend, it's a neat surprise. But yeah, she. Wake factor is so the core game came out, great game, very fun, and then they had 3 DLCs which are kind of like acts, is basically I think the way they pitched it. So it's like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Act 1 had a great story that kind of continued the main plot. Act 2 kind of took the whole concept of the department, or is it Bureau of Control? Department, I think it's Department of Control, and like showed like its old, like its ancient Norse, like old world kind of connections and stuff. It gets really kind of like you know, the Elder Gods kind of vibe to it. And then the third one was the crossover, where basically you're basically having to work with Alan, who even in the world, like they're like, oh yeah, he's gone, you know, he disappeared, like he's a legend, and then he like sort of appears all like disheveled and so good. And then once you finish that, they've announced, I'm sure you probably know it since you're a fan, but they've announced the next Alan Wake. There's going to be another Alan Wake game. And
I actually didn't know that. I haven't heard anything about Alan Wake really since like what was there was a DLC that was like this like grindhouse kind of.
Oh, American Nightmare?
That's what it was. Yeah, I didn't play that. I know it wasn't like super well received, and I kind of fell off at that point. But I love Alan Wake.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah. So it's going to be a while because it's like I think they're in like either production or pre-production, so it's not going to be like anytime soon. But it's done with the same engine as Control. I think it's even an upgrade, so it's like pretty close to photorealistic. Like it's a real world thing, not like Uncharted, where it's like it's realistic, but it still has that kind of like fictional look. This one's like getting darn close to no, it's photorealistic. It's like a real thing, which is really trippy because I saw some of the when they like did the announcement, they had some screenshots from it, and goddamn, Alan looks amazing in it. But yeah, it's supposed to come out in like a couple of years, and it's going to be kind of continuing that connection of Control's in this world. It's not about Control though. It's not about the Department of Control. It is about Alan Wake, but it's like it's that world, and I love it. It's that whole like know if you look under the covers, there's the evil, and I'm like I dig that. I dig that a lot. Well, if you want to watch the first 10 or 20 minutes of the game, feel free to watch the VOD later on. Just go to the snippet, because I was just like, I'll turn it on, because the intro is, well, hell, the whole game has this really kind of narrative cinematic vibe to it, and true to form, like watching the beginning of it, it's like watching like the first like 10 minutes of a movie. It's so good. But yeah, after that, I'm like, I don't know what I want to do. And that's when I went back to Destiny 2. I'm like, you know what? I've got dumb quests that I can handle. Like I actually ran into the Death Singer quest for this specific character at the kiosk of like old missions and stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, I never got the Death Singer for this. Oh yeah. So, it's not hard. It's something to do. So I just started running around on that. And then when I finished the first step of that, it's like, go do public events until that random dude appears. And I was like, oh, that sounds like effort. I don't want to do that. So that's when I was like, okay, I'm going to just do things that are almost done. So I was like, I looked at Braytech and I'm like, how many records are almost complete? And it was like I needed 13 more coordinates for to finish out like the full coordinate one. Okay, that's a catch crash. Done. The next one is complete catch crash activities without dying. 24 of 25. That's one more. Okay, I could do that next. And then you hopped on. And I'm like, yeah, let's do a thing, because it's at worst it's literally the same bar I'm at. At best, it's something fun to do. So I'm like, yeah, let's go. But yeah, I'm definitely at the loopy state. You may notice already. I don't know, but yeah, I'm definitely.
Yeah, I can tell, dude. I can tell.
I'm like I'm punchy. I'm here. Woo. And there are a couple of times when I'm just like thinking of three things at once and trying to say them all simultaneously, and I'm like, yep, I know that point of the night.
Right, dude.
But yeah, like after you left, Dust hung around for, I want to say like a decent amount longer. I think it was like 2 maybe 3 hours. Time has no meaning, obviously, at this point, but a decent amount. And then like after he left, this was kind of relative to the West Coast. It was earlier in the night, so I was like, you know what? No one else is on. Okay, I'm gonna do my my solo dungeon runs. And at that point I was thinking about just doing them from scratch again, even though I've done Shattered Throne and I've done Pit of Heresy. I was like, well, I'm going to start from scratch and do them all one by one in order. And then literally as I was talking about that in the stream, apparently Alien was just hopping on because he said he would play later in the night. It had to have been about 10 because I think he said that he thought I basically because he told me he'd be on around 10, and he said I had decided to do it after waiting for 15 minutes was his point of view. So I think he came on roughly about 10:15, something like that. Anyways, yeah, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do these, and then he instantly hopped on to Discord. Was like, hey, do you want to do a thing? Because he was like, before you go into that, just to let you know I'm available. And so I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so we did that. Ark hopped on. So then we ended up doing, what did we do? Oh, we did a couple of catch crashes and then a bunch of mayhem. So we were just doing just ridiculous amounts of Crucible mayhem. It was great. I love mayhem. It's like one of my favorite Crucible forms because nothing matters. It's like your stats really don't matter. Your weapons don't matter. I mean, to a degree they do, but really it's just get a super, go nuts. And it's like, I love it.
Oh, I feel the same way. Yeah.
So we did that, and then finally they crashed out, and then that was basically when I had my existential thoughts about what to do. But yeah, so I've been pretty much one form or another someone's been on, which has been really kind of nice. Definitely the better version of one of these marathons.
Well, yeah,
I've
that's
done.
definitely good.
Because woof, man, some of these I've done like the just me ones quite a few times, and oh, they get rough. But the nice thing is I usually didn't stream those, so it was pretty quiet. I could just watch TV and play a board game or something like by myself. But since I'm committing, it's like, I gotta be here. I gotta do it.
Well, how does it? So how does it work? Like, how do like funds get to charity, or like what is the process like?
So basically, it's really just the donation factor. So it, like, honestly, although it'd be bad form. If I never did a marathon, it doesn't matter. They've raised the money. Life is great. It's not like there's a commitment per hour or anything like that. But the intention is that you basically are trying to raise money for Extra Life. You have a year, or you don't have a year, but basically they each campaign is 1 year long, from January 1st to December 31st. And during that time, you're dedicating 24 hours of play, period. Not doesn't have to be consecutive. Just 24 hours of play to this cause. And so that's basically the promise you're giving to anybody that donates. And so it's kind of like one of those virtual marathons, effectively, where it's like, hey, you're going to donate this money. Whatever happens, it's going there. But I'm saying to you, some point, 22 miles will be walked. It's one of those type of things. And so, so basically, they're pretty chill. As a matter of fact, they have a couple of game days throughout the year. Like, they have a board game day. I think it's in June or something like that. So it's like, hey, that could be your day. The games you want to play are board games. They don't have to be video or digital or any of that kind of stuff. They could just be classic board games. There's been a lot of crossover for role-playing games and all that kind of stuff. But this, today, is their traditional game day. So this is the one that they promote all year round as, hey, this is the day. If you're part of this, this is the, quote, official day, 24 hours to do this. But the thing is, they also very explicitly state in their, on their pages and stuff that, hey, maybe you want to break it up into a few days. It's like, this may be the, quote, official way, but it doesn't mean it's the only way. If you want to do, like, 2 12-hour blocks, cool. If you want to do, 3 8-hour blocks, also cool. If you want to do, like, 2 hours a month for the 12 months that exist, that's also cool. But, like, I guess, not even spirit, because it makes it sound like this is the correct way, but, like, the default, I guess, would be what I'm doing right now, which is the 24 hours thing. And so,
okay,
like,
yeah, that makes sense.
There are points, and honestly, it's really just me competing with myself at this point because I'm so stubborn. Like, there are points where I'm thinking to myself, it's about 2 a.m. Maybe I'll take a 4-hour nap and then extend when I wake up by another 4 hours. No one's going to really care. Like, anybody that's donating, they're like, hey, you're putting in the 24. It's a good cause, all those things. They're cool with it. But it'll drive me nuts knowing I didn't make it. And so, like, that's the only thing kind of pushing me right now is my stubbornness.
Maybe.
But yeah, honestly, if I didn't make it the first 12 hours, it'd probably be easier. But it's even worse that I'm like looking at the countdown. It's like 5:48, you know, and even then it's slightly wrong. So it's really like 5:43 or something like that. And I'm like, I could do that. That's not so bad. But I've been telling myself that since like 9 hours were left. I'm like, it's only 9 hours. It's fine. It's only 8. But yeah, it's a cool project, and it's like my big charity thing because it's something I can consistently do. It's something I know I can get support for. And it's also like when I first heard about it, it's funny. Someone on chat was basically saying the exact thing that I thought of when I first heard about this. So I found out about this when I was working at 343 back in like the Halo 4 days, and someone was participating in Extra Life, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can't do anything this weekend because I'm going to be, you know, playing games for Extra Life," as if this is something I knew what that was. And I was like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Oh, you know, Extra Life." Once again, it sounds like you assume I know this thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's pretty common amongst you know, the game developers and stuff that you participate. Basically, you know, sign up, get people to pledge, and then once you're done, you raise some money and you played some games. I'm like, wait, they have that? I thought all marathons were running and, you know, stuff I don't want to do. And they're like, no, it's great. Right. I'm like, I'm on board. Okay, how do I do that? And since it was like literally the day before, because like I said, they couldn't do something because it was just about to happen. I was like, well, crap, I can't do it this year then because I'm not going to be able to raise any funds. And so I did it the year after, and I've just been kind of doing it since. I love it. It's great. All about it. A couple of years I also did team. You can do like set up teams, and everyone basically goes out to try to, you know, raise money for it. And I think the most one of my teams got was like 2,500, which was pretty nice. But I haven't done that in a while because, yeah, it's kind of hard to wrangle people to do that, you know, when they're all in their, you know, middle ages, gotta, you know, families and stuff. Yeah. It's like, I got shit to do, you know. So I just do this myself now. But, yeah, now I just basically am competing against myself. And I'm at 605 in terms of money raised, which is, I would probably say, upper half of money I've raised. Most I've raised was 1,200 in one campaign, but most of them are in like the 300 to 500 range. So it's above the average, but you know, you always want to kind of hit that new number, make the better number. Nurmal? That's a name. Nurmal. Almost normal.
So Dustin and I used to play a ton of different games, man. He has always been like, and I was for a while, but he's always been like a completionist. He wants to get, he got me into like just 100% in games. You know what I mean? Like I want to get every achievement. I want to get the platinum trophy or whatever. Yep. And we did that together for a long time. And then that was a big part of like what we did together. And so once he got into Destiny, though, I think it's the first kind of like, because I'm hesitant to call Destiny an MMO coming from like other, but it is technically like it's that same structure, right? It's the first like MMO I think that he's ever really played, and I think that he got absolutely stun locked by the amount of like, you know what I mean? Like
yep.
If you want to get everything, that's and to an extent, I feel bad for him because he can't play anything else now. Like,
yep.
And I don't like that for him because we used to play all kinds of stuff together, and he's got a lot of friends who are still part of that completionism community. Who are really frustrated, you know what I mean? Because it was like, man, we used to hang out, we used to do stuff, and now you just play Destiny. But yeah, like I feel I'm trying to like, I never know, like, you know, next week God of War comes out, and like I know he would love it, and like every time I mention it, he never says a word. because he just knows he can't play it. Yeah.
I kind of no kind of about it. I definitely went through that, and went through that almost is an exaggeration because that implies that I am past it. I am slowly kind of coming back out from inside that shell. I have a rule, which is I can only play one hobby game at a time, and I specifically worded it that way because MMOs are usually the hobby game because they eat up so much time. But there's a few other games, like if I was to play Warhammer, like the actual, you know, miniatures Warhammer,
Right.
if I was, well, to play Destiny, even though it's not a traditional MMORPG, like all those things, they're what I would consider hobby games. They're not games you pick up and put down. They're games that basically that's your free time. You know, it's like that's going to take up a chunk.
Right.
And so Destiny was / still is that one hobby game for me. But what really got me was I played D1 up until Rise of Iron, at which point most of my friends fizzled out. But that MMO factor really wasn't there. It felt like a more persistent version of Borderlands. You know, it's like, yeah, just pick up your loot and, you know, you could level up. But, I mean, leveling up is just, it's gonna happen. You know, it's not something you're trying to, like, specialize your character. It's just, oh, I want this gun because everything else is sort of preset, you know? And so when Rise of Iron came out, most of my friends had left, and I'm like, well, there's nothing here I really give a crap about. I mean, sure, I'd love to play the campaign, but the fun part of the campaign is doing it with friends. If no one's on there, meh, I'm good. And so I didn't play much Destiny 1 after that. Then came D2, and all of a sudden all the people I was playing D1 with are like, D2! And I'm like, all right, I guess. Got it, and was, like most people with the original campaign, kind of disappointed overall. It was like, it's the same thing, only, like, not even different, really. You know, it just kind of felt like more of the same. And so
yeah, that's certainly fair.
And I played the campaign, and I was good. I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm done. Oh, so here's the other thing is, I shouldn't even make it sound like that was the end of the story, because it really wasn't. In both cases, I started on the PlayStation, because that's where my friends were at, played up until those two respective points. The second respective point was just before Trials of Osiris came out. That was when I stopped playing D2. So in both cases, I played up until the point that I mentioned. Then, fast forward about 6 months, my Xbox friends would start getting into both of those games at that equivalent time. And so I'd then play through the same equivalent content on the Xbox. So I basically played all 3 character slots, 2 separate platforms. So I basically played each campaign 6 times. And then after that, it was like, well, okay, I did that thing. I guess I'm good. And, off to other things. Well, during the pandemic, Lobotomy, who I've known in real life from my role-playing writing days, was like, hey, and it wasn't even to me. It was like, hey, Facebook friends, anybody play Destiny? Because I'm trying to get people that'll do raids, but just can't seem to get a group going. And I was like, well, I have nothing to do because pandemic, and I used to play Destiny 2. I'll give it a shot. I logged in roughly in Season of Arrivals. Like, actually, technically before that, what was the one before that? Season of Dawn, I think it was, or Undying, one of the two. But I didn't know what the hell I was doing at that point. I was just getting back in. Season of Arrivals is really kind of when I consciously remember connecting to the game again. And I was just fascinated by how much more in-depth the game became in that gap of time. Like, it went from just more of the same grindy grind with like no personality and excuse to tell a very thin story to, oh wow, you can actually build up a unique character. Oh wow, there's lots of content to play. Oh wow, the story got better. And since I came in Season of Arrivals, oh wow, there's a seasonal story that actually moves the plot forward, which has been like a dream of mine in any video game with narrative content. And so I got hooked. I was like, this is everything I've wanted. And I mean, even now, I would say that it is everything I wanted. It's not perfect. It definitely needs, improvement. But like relative to any other game out there, it is exactly what I've been looking for all these years. And so, needless to say, especially during the pandemic, sucked in completely. Like that was all I was doing. And the thing was, that was fine because what else was there to do in that time? You're stuck at home. And so I got way into it, and I was watching all the Bife videos. I was starting to get ahead of the curve in terms of I became like the source of most of the Destiny news instead of being like, what's a TWAB? How does this work? Da 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 da. And now it's like, oh well, ask Jason because he's gonna know. That kind of a thing. And and then once the pandemic stopped, kind of. I can't even say ended, but at least is where it's at now. At that point, all of a sudden it was like, well, crap. Everyone's out doing things again. And well, since I've been single middle-aged guy, it's like, well, I ain't got nothing to do. So I guess I'll just keep playing Destiny for a while. And finally I got to the point where I'm like, well, now I really don't have everything in here. I want to play other games again. And that's, I finally got to the point where I'm like, because, I'll chase the triumphs that mean something to me, but which generally is a completionist. Like, I will happily chase, like, any triumph if it seems like it would have a meaning to me, which is a very easy bar to hit. Like, enough treasure pages, yeah, I'll go for that. That seems like something I could do. But things like, throw a Stormcaller grenade, 1,000 times. If it happens, when it happens, that's fine. I'm good. Yeah, I don't need to chase that.
Right.
But I got to the point where I'm like, all the content I give a crap about, I'm done with. All the things that I'm even like, well, I guess I could do them, I'm done with. Like dredging. I've gilded dredging every single season, and I'm happy to do it. It's not like, oh God, I'm so desperate I need to. But it's this is one I'll do because it's, not hard. And now I'm even done with that. It's like, it has no meaning to me other than it's just another checkbox that's interesting to do. Yeah. And so now I'm finally getting back into other games. And so I was like, that's why Horizon Zero Dawn, even though I bought that game for the PS5 when it came out, like, and that was what, 2-3 years ago? It had to be longer than that, maybe. Yeah, I bought it like the day it came out. I played probably about 15 hours, and then another game at that point came out. This is before I got back into Destiny, but like something else came out. And then it was on sale like for $10, the complete edition on PC, which I also had a pretty decent PC now compared to when I was into it before. And so I was like, you know what? I want to play this. I have all the content now. I have all the DLC, and so I've been starting to play through that. Like God of War, I finally got around to like last year, even though I wanted to play that since it came out. Ghost of Tsushima, I bought that day one. I still have yet to finish that, so I'm planning to do that.
Ghost of Tsushima is so good.
Ragnarok, I will be playing next week. Like I said, yep. I've got all the things I want done. So with the exception, nope, darn it! I just noticed a warning on Braytech that I'm almost out of space. So I'm like, crap.
We can pull out if you need. I mean, I don't.
Let me see what it thinks.
I don't want you to lose
got.
anything in your post, man. I only got 28 pages left. We can jump right back into this afterwards.
Yeah, let's do that. Once it gets us in, I'll take us to the tower. But I'm planning to do Ragnarok since outside of the raid stuff that we're doing like on Thursdays, or if we have like an off day, like I have nothing in Destiny 2 to really kind of pull me in here that I have to stick around. And this is the big one. I have used Destiny 2 for the last 3 years, I guess, to expertly avoid working on my next personal RPG project. Because that was the thing. Like I said, I knew Alex from writing RPGs, and that's not my day job anymore because, computers pay way better than RPG writer, unfortunately. I'd love it to be the other way around because I'd prefer that, but it's not the way it works. So, like, my day job's all computer crap, but I have a publishing company on the side. That's actually where my stream came from. It's like the hybrid of here's me as I guess a personality, talking about what I like about games, what I like about narrative, by playing games, and then like, hey, my games. So I've written a couple of games, but like basically when the pandemic came out, like my creativity went, and because it's been so long, my confidence went, and so now I'm like, well, the only way I'm going to break that is to do something about it, like literally do something. And Destiny's been great at making sure that I don't do anything.
That you don't get to it. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm like, okay, I got November is NaNoWriMo, along with No Nut November, but that has nothing to do with writing. And so because I'm planning to, get something done, that's kind of my goal this month is to use NaNoWriMo to get some. I've had like something in the back of my head for like literally 3 years that I've been wanting to get on paper, and so I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's get it. And I can't use Destiny as an excuse because I've got all my crap done. I talk a lot when I'm sleepy.
No, you're totally fine, man. Would be more than happy. So I've been trying to. Okay. So like one of my favorite games when I was a kid, dude, was I had a Sega when I was a kid. I got into like Super Nintendo stuff later because my buddies had Super Nintendos. But like one of my favorite games growing up was a game called Shining Force, which was a turn-based kind of party, very similar to like D&D. Where like every turn you have like kind of fighters and wizards and healers and whatever, and you move them around. They can move a certain distance on their turn. They have these abilities, and that's kind of what eventually got me into D&D. I just love Shining Force, and I've always wanted to like iterate on that. And honestly, like this is probably the main reason why I love 4th edition D&D, because it's kind of the only like. I like all sort of tabletop role playing games. I like to role play, but like in my opinion, right? Like I can play whatever character I want in whatever edition. You know what I'm saying? Like the edition that you're playing has no bearing on the characters I can make, the stories I can write, the creativity that So it just comes down to the gameplay. And 4th edition D&D is by a wide margin, the only D&D game that I actually like playing.
Interesting.
I know that is not a popular opinion. I don't like Fantasy and Magic. I will play 3rd edition. I will play 5th edition if you can provide me with a homebrew that changes Fantasy and Magic to like a PowerPoint system similar to like how psionics work. If a DM is like okay with some kind of, I just fucking hate the way Magic is handled. I don't find it fun to engage with. So yeah, I do a lot of work on just sort of independently developing systems and things that I would enjoy. You know what I mean? And I've also worked a lot on most of the time when I run things, I run Forgotten Realms. Not because I'm like especially enamored of it. I just think that it's one of those. It's an easy. It is kind of your generic fantasy D&D world, and so I mean that in a good way, right?
Oh yeah.
You can bring in someone who's never played D&D. You don't.
It's
have
very
to
baseline. Like
the world
if you like
Faerun,
D&D,
right?
you'll like Forgotten Realms.
Right. It is kind of just this kind of core. I don't have to. It's not like you're playing Dark Sun. You kind of have to okay. So there's these sorcerer kings, dude, and they like fucking, killed the world, and there's nothing. You don't have to explain stuff.
Yep.
But there are a lot of things in Faerun that are, I think, problematic. So my favorite how do I sort of unpack this? So, obviously, like D&D is sort of based on like sort of Western European,
Right.
Kind of white Anglo-American sort of fantasy.
Oh yeah,
and
it's
history, right?
the Euro fantasy. Yeah, yeah.
Right. And so over time, obviously they wanted, and I don't think that this is like inherently bad, right? I'm just saying this is what happened, right?
It's definitely a product
Over
of the
time-
era too. Yeah.
Right. Over time, they want to add additional things. Let's add Karatur, which is basically China. Let's add Chult and Maztica, which is like South America and Africa, and
Yep.
and those and they kind of have their own self-contained stories. And there's two things that are really frustrating. One is that because they have these kind of self-contained stories, and they kind of like the where this comes from, but it's like in order to differentiate, let's say, magic, you can say like, okay, well, the people from Chult, like the wizards from Chult, like they deal in like because you're trying to tie it into like real life, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They have like it's more like divination and like communing with nature, and that's kind of the wizards that they have. But if you look at that.
You ready to go
It's
back in the
kinda
pool, by the way?
shit compared
I
to
want
a
to continue the
regular
talk,
wizard,
but I
isn't it?
just want to make sure before I jump us in.
Yeah, we're totally
Okay.
cool, man.
Yeah. Please continue.
It's kind of they're like wizards, like those kind of regional wizards are at a massive disadvantage compared to like conventional wizards, like
Yep.
the white coated wizards. You know what I mean? Because these guys are good at like divination, but not any more than like a wizard could be in Faerun. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
and so there's this. Yeah, it's I just think it's problematic, and it's especially
Very much
problematic
so.
when you like in fourth edition it was the one that did this. Fourth edition did this, so it's not I'm not even certainly there's problems with that too, but they introduced the spell plague, and I hate the spell plague. And the idea with the spell plague was basically like, okay, we're going to project this like 1,000 years in the future. There was a spell plague, it like devastated the weave, and here's how the world. It's basically a reboot of the setting for a new edition. And I understand the reason, but like in doing so, obviously for the reboot, you want to strip down a lot of the things that aren't core to the story, and present just the things that really matter. So so the spell plague wiped out a bunch of countries, a bunch of civilizations, a bunch of whatever. Well, so guess which countries and nations and peoples were the ones that weren't core to the story? Well, they were like all the minority. You know what I mean? It was, and again, like I get why, because they were basically plugged in as DLC and meant to be standalone adventures, and like so of course no, they're not critical to the main plot of Faerun. But then when you're like, you're hitting, these are the people that were wiped out. Well, it's pretty shitty because
the other problem was
all the people of color now are gone.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy to a degree too, because the thing was that the depictions of those nations were very stereotypical too, and so they were their existence was problematic, but simultaneously, like, well, let's like. If you want to think of it as like a deck of cards, and you're like, and God damn it, I hate the fact I'm going to have this recorded, but here's the black cards, here's the Asian cards, here's the white people cards. Look how they're separate and all by themselves. And so the solution was, well, let's shuffle the deck into one new world. It's like, well, that's great, except now the places that those cards originally were held are gone. It's like they don't have a nationality. Now it's Faerun, which has, Asian depictions of characters, African depiction of characters, European depictions of characters, but they're all still living in Europe, effectively,
Right.
And it's, I totally see what you're talking about there. I'm glad that they're trying to kind of like get everything, how to put it, get everything together. but the fact that they're all just kind of lumped together is also kind of problematic within itself. And it's like, So the funny thing is that it's something I've, like, personally in my own planning for like upcoming projects, especially since I am very much a, middle-aged cis white dude.
Correct. Me too. Correct. Yeah.
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 Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I know where you're going with it. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to be just very conscious of the things that I'm doing, especially considering the fact that I am the kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a pretty stereotypical guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would like to think I personally am not part of the problem, but I am part of the demographic that is the problem, and
that's exactly right.
I want it to be better, but simultaneously, the other catch from my point of view, trying to figure this stuff out, is like, what is the right way? Also, what is the, the hard part for me trying to figure out the next step is, if I am working on a project, like, number one, am I the one to be working on the project? And it's like, well, but I'm making it, but I could get some, it gets very confusing very quick in terms of the right intention. Yeah, and then I just kind of end up tripping on myself trying to figure out what to do. And that, I'll admit, that's part of what has paused me, because that is something I've put no small amount of thought into also. Becomes a soup.
Yeah, I think, it's and you get to that point. I think that's kind of what you're saying. You get to that point where you're like, I want to be considerate, but I don't have all the answers to this, and so it kind of stun locks you, like, in terms of, like, I don't want to proceed from a bad start. So let's maybe I take some time and I learn a bit more. But the reality is, like, you're never going to be as prepared as you want to be.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it's never going to be the right time to do it. So you just kind of have to do your best. And in my opinion, you just kind of have to do your best.
Now that's kind of the conclusion I've sort of come to as well. And the thing is, in the same way that you kind of cased it, it's like, I can't say necessarily that's the right thing, but I think it's the way that I can best approach it personally, because I still don't know what's right or wrong. I mean, not in the, the world's so confusing now. It's like, it's not that. It's the, I want to do my best, and I'm not sure what the objective best is, so I can only give my subjective best, basically.
Well, I would love to help out, man. If you ever feel like you need somebody to, I mean, I'm happy to help in any capacity that you might need help. I've always wanted to do something like that, so it would be a learning experience for me. But I'd be more than willing to, like,
awesome.
if you ever find yourself in a position where you need another pair of eyes, or what do you think of the system, or what would you do? Whatever. Like, I can certainly help.
Sure.
I know, like, ideas, guys. That's the thing, is that there's, like, got a lot of ideas, but ideas, guys, in that kind of field are a dime a dozen. You know what I mean? So I don't even know how beneficial it even really is. I don't have any practical experience, like, with actual development, but I would love to have
honestly,
some.
So I'll tell you, I got into number one. Obviously, I'm not, like I said, this isn't my day job. I guess I had the opportunity, but I never took that route because I've always been a computery guy. There are points where I regret that, but follow your dreams, blah 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 blah. Anyways, that's a side thing to the point I'm making, which is, when I was kicking off this whole thing, I started off as a contractor for AEG on the Spycraft line, and I got that because of the fact that at one point during the whole .com crash, roughly 2000, I was unemployed, and I was like, I like RPGs. I wonder if I could write some RPG stuff. And I saw one ad for a tavern book by Eden Studios that never came out. that they were like, we need 200-word entries, and we'll pay, I think it was like $10 per entry, or 2,000 word, not 200 word, 2,000 word entries about taverns, and we'll pay $20 per entry if they're, you know, if they're accepted, and they'll go into this collection of since I was unemployed, I had a very, very large D&D campaign going at that time. Like, I was writing up everything because I had all this time. And so I literally took this tavern I created, which, retrospectively, looking back at it, it was really generic. But I thought it was, like this really unique, interesting tavern. But it is basically old adventurer retires and makes a tavern. How many times have you heard that, right? So I sold it, and they were like, yeah, it great, sure. And then the first job I got when finally finding some gainful employment, the dude I shared a cubicle with happened to also write art for RPGs. We happened to write for the same book, once again, that never came out. And he started talking to me about he had done an actual like adventure for. This is like, of course, the 3.0, 3.5 era where everybody was making OGL to the point where no one wanted anything. He wrote it for some other company, and he was like, yeah, I'm thinking about writing an actual setting. Like, me and my husband, we're going to be putting together a studio, and he liked my stuff, so I wrote for him there. I also was a fan of Spycraft, which was this espionage RPG, which is actually how I got to know Lobotomy. Lobotomy now runs Crafty Games, which you may guess by the name has a lot to do with Spycraft. So I got into that. I was just a fan of it. They were actually a fan of the book that we wrote. Now, admittedly, I was just a very close contractor, so I was a writer, but it wasn't like I was an owner of the book. But because I was a fan and I knew them and I knew they were fans, I got them in touch. They actually made a Spycraft version of the game, which I also wrote in. And that also then opened the door for me to write contract work for Spycraft, which was a decent, I'd probably, like, if I was to think of it as a video game studio, it's like a decent A studio or a B studio, not a AAA, but not an indie. It's like a mid-level company, you know? And so I wrote for their books, and all of a sudden it was like I actually had cred. And it wasn't because of the fact that I like went through any formal process. It was just, hey, I followed up on a want ad for a 2,000 word thing, and just a couple of really lucky breaks. So I definitely am not the kind of guy that's like, well, if you don't have cred, why would I talk to you? That's bullshit in my opinion, because also I'll tell you, my career in computers, I didn't go to school. I literally, now admittedly, I don't think it would work as well today. I just got in a lucky time. Lucky is the key word to a lot of my career choices, apparently. But yeah, I was it like 16, and this is when the internet first went public, and like really tiny ma and pa like ISPs took off before like Comcast owned all of them. I basically did tech support when I was 16 instead of having like a, working at a family restaurant type job, because of the fact that, unlike most people in that area, I actually knew how a modem worked. I could also create HTML web pages, which at that point was brand new technology to the public. And so basically I did tech support, which then got me into the point of doing very minimal sysad work, which then got me into a front-end web development job, which then got me into a support back-end job, learning how to write scripts for people's back-end stuff. to becoming an actual back-end developer to becoming a service developer. Like literally all of that was just a chain of me continuing to push forward, but no formal education. So I'm very much of if you have the passion and you have like some talent, because you need, I'm definitely not saying everyone should hop into this boat, but like if you have something that can be, you know, improved upon, do it. I mean, I don't expect it to be great when you first start. Honestly, my stuff's not, I think, great, and I'm in it. But if you have something that you can improve upon, then it will improve over time. Just definition of the game, right? Personal opinion, but that's my thought. Unfortunately, nowadays, most people in my industry do actually, because there is such a thing as a what's the word? Not a course, a curriculum. There's now actually a curriculum for like web service development and all that kind of stuff. So now everybody does want credentials. But when I first started, it was like there was no such thing as web service credentials because the concept was made up like no more than like 5 years beforehand.
Well, so we are of a similar age. I think like I'm 38.
Yeah, I'm 44, so not too much of a difference.
When I was in high school, and again, like I did IP, I did network admin and stuff when I was like 18, and it was not because I like had a. It's not like I had like a passion necessarily for it. I just like I did web development. I did no web development. I did HTML pages and stuff like you were saying. And it was just something that I thought was like that was the thing that kids my age, not kids my age. There was fucking nerds in my class. You know what I mean? It was like
It was the cool thing to do if you were nerdy.
Right. And we were already kind of into. Like we played a lot of like Quake, and we played a lot of like Duke 3D, and we thought it was cool to like build levels, and we thought like it was all kind of built into that same kind of culture and atmosphere, and like I think it was just kind of expected that I would go into like IT because that was like I knew about computers. You know what I mean? And yeah, like and it was very much that way. I totally know what you're saying. It was like I don't have like the credentials, but like. Nobody did. You just grew up with it, and you just knew how to do it. Like you just figured stuff out, and then there wasn't like a course yet that told you how to do stuff. You just figured it out because that's what was bored.
Well, it's like one of the hilarious jokes that we have shows up quite often when you're talking about interviewing in my industry is when you see people looking for. Blah 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 technology, like 10 years of blah 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 technology experience, on their resume, and then the running gag is, I'm the guy that created that on GitHub, and I created it 5 years ago, so I, as the creator, cannot qualify for your job.
Right.
Which that one always cracked me up. But yeah, it was always, the one thing I always, I mean, this is obviously parallel to the core of the conversation, but it's just kind of a funny anecdote about the whole thing is I completely ignore job requirements when I apply for things. I'm just like, does this sound like the kind of job I want to do? And is it something I think I can do? And then like, good enough, I'll apply. And it doesn't mean I always get the job, but at the very least, I get the jobs that I know I could at least do, even if they don't think I could.
Right.
Because it's just like, most people don't seem to, when it comes to the formal experience stuff, like I've finally gotten to the point in my career, because it was not that way in the beginning. Like I said, didn't go to college. The or equivalent experience when it comes to the collegiate stuff, it's like, after 20 years, and honestly, I hope to one day do this if I could just like carve out the time. It's got to be a priority for me, but like I have gained enough experience to probably have the equivalent of the technical aspects of a master's in my field. It doesn't mean that I would have the equivalent of a master's, like all the electives and stuff, which I would actually love to learn. Like, maybe I would take, American history ethics or something like that. It's like I wouldn't have the arts part, but the sciences part I would have, and so it's like it's good enough. Gets the job done. It'd be like the technical school equivalent of a master's degree, but there is no such thing. because once you get to that point, you should have more than just technical skills.
You've encountered all manner of creatures in the soul system, correct?
That's right, little sister.
At least those are my theories.
Walks and talks. I've either shot him dead or beat him at cards.
Ooh, a Ragnold. Perfect. I can
I'm with you, dude. Like,
destroy that.
when I was at so I was gonna go to Purdue right after
Screams hive.
high school,
Mm-hmm.
and then my wife and I have been together since we were like 16. She's from Australia, and so like all through high school, like I worked at like a Wendy's, dude, and I did IT, and so I would go to Australia for 3 months during our summer vacation, and she would come here for 3 months during her summer vacation, which is our winter vacation or whatever. And so rather than going to college right after high school, I ended up moving to Australia, and we were there for a few years. And by the time we came back, it was.
I was wondering about your very specific comments about Macca's. I was like, oh man, you must have traveled to Australia a couple of times. I've never known anyone that went to Australia that's like, man, I've got feelings about Macca's. I'm like, no one does. No one does.
My wife's Australian. I obviously half my family's Australian. We, haven't been back for a long time, but I've only just lost my Australian residency is only recently expired, so I didn't go immediately. So when we moved back to America, it was just like I needed to get something, right? And so I have an associate's degree, man. And it was one of those things where it was like I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go get this degree knocked out, and then I'm gonna see, do I need, because we had kids, and it was like, do I need to get the bachelor's degree, man? Do I need to get a master's degree? The answer is no. But you do. So this is what I found out in my life. No, you do not need a bachelor's or a master's to get the job that you need. You need a bachelor's or a master's to advance.
Yes.
In your,
You do hit that ceiling. Yeah.
And so the work has been trying to get me to go back to. I don't know. I've got 4 kids, dude. I can't go to college. I would love to, and I would do well. But I'm just trying to be realistic.
Yep.
So I work with children that have autism. So I'm a therapist, or for the past, I've worked in the field of mental health for the past 10 years, 11 years.
So actually, I've got a question. Sorry to hijack it momentarily. Since you are a therapist, and do not take this as any sort of potential slight. I don't think you would, but just prefacing it with that. Do you have to be accredited to be a therapist?
In order to to be a registered behavioral technician and to provide autism therapy, it depends on it. The truth is, it depends on insurance. So some insurances require that you be a registered behavioral technician, that you pass that exam and you have that certification. Not all insurances have that requirement. It's becoming more and more so everyone that we hire gets their RBT status. But in the event that there are maybe someone's having trouble passing it, or something like that, not every kid is required by insurance to have that certification, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. But the truth is, it's an insurance thing, and it kind of depends.
Gotcha. Okay, I was curious about that. Sorry for interrupting. I've been wrestling with possibly getting not wrestling as in do I want to or not. I do. It's the cost involved. I've been wrestling getting therapy because like I said, it's been a rough time during these pandemic ages, and so I was thinking about talking to someone to deal with it. But one of the things that's been really hard is a lot of therapists and stuff are basically booked, backlogged because of the whole COVID thing, and so I was looking at things like BetterHelp, but I'm like, I don't know if it's just basically kind of the the quick help, dial a help kind of vibe, or if I'm gonna actually get some personalized attention and work, and like, is the stuff that they say, is it, you know, like, oh, I read it in a book, it must be true, or is it stuff that they actually studied so they know how to, like, you know, implement off of it, you know, like all these types of things. And then there's like I've wondered if I'm actually, like, I've been, you know, like, passing autistic or ADHD because I have a lot of symptoms, but I also watch a lot of TikTok, so that means that it could just be bullshit. All these kinds of things, and I'm like, well, it seems like I would probably need someone that knows what the hell they're doing, and I'm like, would that person know? Do they need to be accredited? You can kind of see the chain here.
Yeah, for sure, man. In terms of like, so I want to be very clear, like in terms of like my qualifications.
Yeah.
Like I work specifically like with children that have autism. Like I'm not a therapist in the sense that you know what I'm saying. So like, but you know, my degree is in human services. I'm trained in like therapeutic intervention techniques. I know like active listening skills. I'm certified in all that stuff. So the truth is, as far as what it's like when you go to someone who has those skills, for the most part, what you do is like the strategy on our end is to kind of get you, because we don't want to provide advice, because your life is not our life, your resources are not our resources. So the reality is, like, you probably are aware of the ways that you would solve your problem. You know what I mean? You just need someone to kind of like bounce the ideas off of. So one of the things, there are a lot of different like strategies and techniques to get people to kind of come to those decisions on their own. But like, so one of the things is like reflecting. So it's like, if you tell me, you know, about the situation that you're in, and you know, like this is kind of what's going on in my life, and you know, I might say something like, man, Soul, like, that sounds like it's really frustrating. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I haven't said anything necessarily. You know, it's like,
you're not biasing any of the things you're saying or anything like that.
Right. I'm just I'm like letting you know that I'm listening. I'm also like, and here's the thing is, like, if, you know, I might, you know, like, that sounds like it's really frustrating. If you don't think it's actually frustrating, you'll tell me. You know, like, no, I don't think it's frustrating, man. It's just kind of like, just makes me sad. You know what I'm saying? And then you have a little bit more context to work with and things like that. But it's definitely a skill. It is hard to not there are oftentimes where you like, I think I know what you need to do, but it's not appropriate or professional for me to like tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, because and that's one of those things you become kind of keenly aware of, is like, you know, all of the decisions that I've made in my life are because I have these skills, or I have these resources, or I have these connections, or whatever. And if you don't have those, or you have different resources and connections and skills, then my solutions won't work for you. Everyone's lives are different.
This is what's worked for me. It's not guaranteed that that's going to help you anyway. That makes sense. Yeah, I was just kind of curious. I appreciate the opinion. Well, not even opinion. Just like the what it is. Like the here's what that. Here's the. I can't even. Words are failing me at this point in the morning, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. But because I've been kind of curious, just in terms of the technical, not even educational, but the just overall scale of education, I guess, or scale of expectation, maybe even, of what those people, what those professions do. There we go. I think that's as close as I could probably get at this point. But thanks. I appreciate that. And I jumped in midway because it just seemed like appropriate to ask at that point. You were saying about going to Purdue, school, basically them offering to take you or to send you to school. But they want me to get. It's a lot.
So they want me to go back. They wanted me to go back for years to be. It's called a BCBA, like a board certified behavior analyst. And those are the guys who kind of run the programs, who come up with treatment plans, that sorts of stuff. I would love to do that. I just I'm trying to be realistic about my life. Like I don't see myself being able to do that. I could do that, but you know what I mean. But whether or not I can actually make it work in my life is a different story. So so I got a promotion. I can work from home now. Now I'm a scheduler. So now I'm in charge of the art program in Carmel, which is right outside of Indianapolis. And so my job is basically just to facilitate therapy. So I have 40 something therapists. I have just as many kids. So-and-so called off today, so I need this other person to fill in for them. It's handling all the schedule and day-to-day stuff. It's a fucking nightmare, dude. Our facility in particular is really understaffed and has been since before I took over. So I'm trying to help them sort that out. But it's a fucking disaster, dude. So I miss working with the kids. I miss working on the floor.
I can see that.
That may be all my pages.
Ooh.
I think that's all my pages.
I'll take us to the tower. Can make sure. Yeah, so let's see. Fast forward past all that old RPG stuff. So I really hadn't done a lot of RPG work. Been playing RPGs and developing them for my own interests since then. But it wasn't until Stranger Things came out that I finally had something bite my ass to actually get something done. I created a game called Home by Dark, and it's funny. So I was kind of getting into, at that point, and who knows if this is how it's classified, but in my head, this is how I classify it, a subgenre of tabletop RPGs called story games. And story games, if you imagine, and once again, this is my own way of describing it, other people may differ, but if you imagine a RPG being a blockbuster movie or a popular TV series, story games are kind of like the indie film, or prestige. No, indie would probably be the best way to put it. The prestige piece thing, I think, is the wrong idea. But an indie film, where instead of focusing on the plot and the adventure of it all, you're really focusing on the character growth of it all. And it really kind of sucked me in hard at the time. So there's this game put out by Bully Pulpit Games. It's called... it just fell out of my head, and I had it in there for a second. Fiasco. There we go. And it's basically, I jokingly call it the Coen Brothers Simulator. Basically, you create these characters that have these just weird relationships with everyone there. So number one, almost all, not all of them, but almost all story games are one shots effectively. So you're sitting down, that when you're done with this session, you're probably done with the game. And so Fiasco is definitely one of those. And so you basically sit down, you don't have characters at this point, and what you do is you pick a play set. That play set sort of defines the vibe of the story. And so the first, the one I've used the most often, which is purely just coincidence, but it's very easy for me to recall, is News Channel 5, I think it's called. And so the whole premise is that you're all working for a small town news station, and that's literally all you have to kind of start with. And then what you do is you start building out these characters, based off of relationships. And so it'll be you imagine everyone around a circular table. Makes it easier that way. Let's see, there's 5 people. Actually, we'll make it 4 because it's quicker to talk about it that way. Someone right across from you, left and right. Well, the person to your left and the person to your right, you will have a relationship with. And you roll dice to kind of kick it off, it's all basically, it's very improv-y. I mean, all role-playing is, but I mean, this one's a little bit more yes and-ish, if you're familiar with that term. And so...
Yeah, I do acting too, I know.
Oh, duh, that's right. Yeah. You totally know about that. Okay, yeah. That's great. That makes it a lot easier. So it's very much more improv in the acting sense, not just improv as the, I'm just making shit up. It's like, no, I get that. So yeah, what you do is you get you roll dice, and there's a pool of dice that have been rolled, and so the numbers are fixed once you've rolled them, but you get to kind of pull them out one by one based off of kind of what you're leaning on. So it's a fixed pool, but you do have a little bit of choice in that pool until it dwindles down. And so it might be like, between you and me, we might have a prop. And that prop, we choose 5, which on the prop table is like a video cassette. And then the other die could represent that we chose from a list of why that video cassette is important. Bribery. So maybe I have some sort of like damning evidence against you or something like that. And then dust is to your left. I'm to your right. The relationship you guys came up with was, something like it's a situation, and the situation is, you're destitute, and then what made you destitute? Well, it turns out that one of you is a loan shark, and you're like, well, because I'm bribing you, maybe Dust is the loan shark of the two, so you owe him money, and I'm trying to bribe you. So obviously your character is now in a very desperate situation, which is very much like if you think about any of the Coen films, like the especially the ones where everything goes absolutely wrong, which is most of them. You can already see the queuing up, right? You're like, okay, here's the situation, and so then you start basically playing out these scenes, and so basically each player gets to kind of create a scene. You move forward by cycling each player, but each of these scenes is kind of progressing the story. And that just, I fell in love because it felt more controlled. It felt more focused on the relationships. It felt like you were getting more into the emotions of the characters, which does come up in RPGs, but it feels like for most of the mainstream RPGs, it's in spite of the system. It's like the system doesn't promote that. That stuff just comes out because you're enjoying what happens in the situation. Right. This game, it's all about generating that sort of emotion, that awkwardness. And that's just like the one that got me in. That was the what's that classic term? The joke about marijuana, gateway. It's a gateway drug. It's a gateway drug, story game. And so there's other ones that are like, you can basically play Hayao Miyazaki style like scenarios. So it's like it legitimately has happened in games that I've played in. Like, you'll be crying at the end because it's just so emotionally wrought, and it just makes so much come up to the surface. Now, admittedly, a lot of it is by queuing up personal connections to it. So it is, which is fine because it's literally the point of drama. It is like kind of shortcutting to your heartstrings by design, but that's what I like about it, is like it makes you feel something. As a matter of fact, it becomes so potent at points. They've actually even got a term called bleed, which is like when you finish the game, you can still feel this way about a character, and like it's like one of those things where, hey, they have these things in some of these like deeper ones. I don't usually play these because I tend to be a little, most of my friends are surface level, so I tend to try to accommodate them. But if you get into like some of the deeper ones, they have a thing called aftercare, where it's literally to kind of bring you down from being so tightly connected. And it's like that emotion, like the level is a switch, however high or however low you want, but the fact the emotion's there by design, I love that. So Home by Dark cool. was basically kind of a brainchild that came out of me having a love for these types of games. A lot of it was inspired by Fiasco, which is why I brought that one up. And like just that nostalgic zeitgeist that came out of Stranger Things. Like I liked the connections that were brought out between these kids because of the common bond. It was basically a trauma bond, but it was there before. Obviously, they were friends beforehand, but the trauma bond brought all of them closer, including 11, etc. And I was like, I wanted to kind of capture that. And so, Home by Dark is basically everybody is playing adults, teens, and kids caught up in some sort of supernatural event, and their job is to investigate the problem, support the supernatural friend that they have made, and try to protect it from a potential threat. And so, though that trio of things and the relationships you build are how you kind of propel the story forward. And it's basically done in 2 major acts. So each person has a scene. And once you get through all those scenes for all the players, that's 1 act. Then you have a second set of scenes, that's the second act, and then you have basically your act 3, which is sort of the resolution of it, which is a little bit quicker. It's basically you roll to see the results of all the actions before, and then you guys are able to kind of very kind of quickly, as like a handoff exercise, you're able to kind of resolve it swiftly. So it's like an act 3, which is, really short and tight. But yeah, I got into that. I wrote it literally in the span of a month after watching Stranger Things. Like that's how quickly it kind of came to me. And it did great. I mean, well, did great for me. It was like, I think it's a silver level game now on DriveThru RPG. And very happy with it. And then I was like, okay, cool. On to the next thing. Then the pandemic happened, and then I just got like kind of cold feet about wanting to do the next thing. The next thing is bigger. What I wanted to do is take some of this stuff and bring it into more of the tabletop world, because I like the emotion, but I miss the persistence of tabletop. Like I like building that story. I like having that television series narrative. Like you're building it over time. You're developing these deeper plots. It's not a one and done sort of thing. But I liked the fact that most of the story was driven by the relationships, which personally, I always, and it doesn't mean that this is the way everyone should do it, but I always tie what I find interesting about RPG stories to what I find interesting about a well-written television series, because for me it's about building an arc, building the characters, both in terms of just physical progression, but also in terms of character growth. Like I like to actually have growth arcs for all the characters in most of my RPGs. I want every episode to be about at least one of them so that they can explore their character. But this is all personal stuff I brought. I want to build mechanics that actually entice that, actually draw that out. Like you're rewarded for it in the game. And that's kind of where if I'm talking broad level mechanics, that's what the next thing is that I'm working on. And I've also got this freaking world, which isn't a fantasy world, because I'm not passe. I don't think they're passe, but it's like since I've been role playing D&D since second edition, when second edition came out. That was when my stepbrother got me into D&D. I've played a lot of fantasy, and I just want something else.
Yep.
And so this other one, which because I'm streaming, I'm not going to really talk about that part, at least on the stream. I think that the world is going to be it has things that I think a lot of people will be interested in playing, and I'm very excited to kind of finally get that down. And I've been excited about it for the last 2 years, but it's one of those things, like every time I sit down to write, I can't. It's not that it doesn't come to me. It's like I just can't write it, and I needed more, and I think I've gotten to the point where I've gotten all the more, because it just runs around in my brain, and every time I'm like, let's add a little bit. Well, it's been 2 years. I've added a lot of little bits. I need to start writing this down.
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm actually, yeah, I just really want to get it out. But the main reason that I kind of piddled out on finally trying to get it to paper is the pandemic also killed my role playing group, and so it's like I have no place to field test this right now because no grupo. I was actually gonna ping the Discord at some point once I finally get a play testable manuscript. Be like, how's the paper or the pages? Did you get all the pages?
Yeah, I'm sure it should be good to go, man.
Nice. Do you need any more haunted sectors, or should we go
Nope.
do some what's it called? Some dares.
Totally do some dares, yeah.
All right, dare it up. Dare time. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna go get some water because my mouth is parched. I will be right back.
Yep, no worries.
Herb.
Has something been chewing on these? Okay, come on.
I still can't believe this is home.
No reading.
I never thought I'd live to see the darkness return.
Stick as many missiles in it as you like. It's still a flying fuss. Okay. It's kind of relaxing here. Has something been chewing on these? Music while I work?
Stay on the good side of the warlocks. Just a good idea.
It doesn't have to be maneuver. It's just a
I never thought I'd live to see the darkness return.
Stick as many missiles in it as you like. It's still a flying fuss. Not gonna be a problem. The dish is out of alignment again. That's impossible.
I still can't believe this is home.
I've been saving up money for an Eververse commission for weeks now.
I never thought I'd live to see the darkness return.
I remember this.
All right, good to go, man.
What is this musical?
5:30. We're almost there. Woo!
You're almost there, man.
All right.
I've got a little bit. I don't know how much time I have. I have to watch like 4 French movies today, dude, for this podcast. It's gonna be my whole day.
Oh yeah, so that's a funny thing. For a very short year stint, I was a professional screenwriter. That was fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, professional, it's very easy bar to hit. If you get paid for writing a screenplay, by definition, you're a professional.
Right.
That's about the bar I'd probably put that one on. But yeah, it was a hoot. There was a point. Let's see, Dares of Eternity. There we go. There was a point when I was, let's see, it's about 27 or so. This is roughly about 2009. Actually, I know for a fact it was 2009. I became gainfully unemployed because of the whole Great Recession. I was working at Microsoft for a group called Microsoft Game Studios. Basically, we were a shared group. Did a lot of websites for like the Gears of War comment I made. That was when I worked there. Most of them got laid off because since we weren't part of the individual studios, all of our work was considered marketing. It wasn't required work. And so they were like, well, we're getting rid of marketing to reduce costs. Anyways, irrelevant, but apparently I like to talk about that. At that point, I spent like the last year and a half really focusing on like script story, screenwriting, etc. Because I was always had a passion for. I mean, you could probably guess from all the crap we've been talking about. Real strong passion for storytelling, for character development, and so I put a lot of work into kind of learning it. And in order to learn how to write screenplays, I found out, well, best way to do it is to create one and then see how it looks when you make it into a film. But no one was just going to make my film, so I learned how to, direct and use camera and all that crap. And so I did some small short films in the local area, participated in 48-hour film project, all that kind of crap. Well, when I was unemployed because of that, one of the people I was working with, she was putting together a film with this guy that wrote a screenplay, and it was, I will say, because I don't want to, badmouth the guy, but she did not think it was good. I would kind of agree with her. And so she was like, well, you're currently, between jobs. Would you be willing to do that? And so she hired me to rewrite the screenplay for it. And so I put that together. And then she was originally going to make me a co-director, but she was trying to make sure that we followed the DGA, which this was before the Grindhouse incident, so DGA does not allow multiple directors to be on a single film. Otherwise, it cannot be considered, distributable. And so I became the AD, which I did not realize how insanely difficult being an AD is. You're basically the project manager for the frickin' movie. It was very educational, but it was a 30-day film schedule, and I actually could only do 28 of the days because I was on my feet so much and for so long, my arches fell. And I actually had to literally be off my feet for about a month and a half after that. I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen. But yeah, I was literally like, we would do, it was an indie film. So, we were doing 16-hour days or whatever. Retroactively, I realized I maybe was not on my feet for about 30 minutes of that, 16-hour day. Every one of those days. Like, I was shocked that it happened, but, you get so involved in what you're doing that, I'll sit later. And then it's like, oh God, I can't stand now because my feet are broken. It was really weird.
Yeah,
but anyway,
yeah.
it was insane. Like, it took a month and a half to finally start getting to the point where I could walk, or not a month and a half. That's hyperbolic, but it was like a month. I think it was about a month before I could actually walk on them consistently. Thankfully, like I said, unemployed at that time, so I just sat around a lot. Then it finally got to the point where I could walk on them a little bit, and one of my friends that I met on the film, actually on one of my short films, who was also on the film, he asked if I wanted to go see The Road, because it had just come out, the Viggo Mortensen film. And I was like, sure, yeah, that sounds great. And so we went to see it, and on the way there was fine, but after the film, I could barely stand when I got up, and it took another 2 weeks of healing after that, because I was apparently just barely okay. And I was like, oh, God damn it. But yeah, it was so messed up. But the point being, like, yeah, during that time I was, I wrote for that. And then I got employed again, and I was like, well, I made number one. Thank God I was in my late 20s, so I was able to bounce back. But if that had happened, I think I made about $4,000 on the scripts. Did not see any money from the AD work because it was kind of bundled into the script, and I had no insurance. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to chase that compared to the gainful employment of being a software developer. And so I was like, you know what? Well, I'll stick to my current career. But for a very short amount of time, I was a professional screenwriter, and it was fun. I'm glad I did it, but yeah, it was very messy.
Yeah, it sounds like a mess, dude.
Yeah, the lady that put it together, the reason that she could do this was, and I didn't know this was very common until I met her. She was basically living with this guy with lots of money. I don't think that they were an item. I mean, who knows? But I don't think they were. But she was dating this one actor, and he was basically the lead for this pick that I was making. It was basically almost like a Hangover type thing. It was like a buddy, comedy thing. It was basically about a three guys. One is I'll never get married because it's a sham. The other is like the sweet one to be married, and then the other one's like the goofy guy, kind of the Zach Galifianakis of the Hangover. And due to a couple of mistakes during the bachelor party, very similar. The mafia is basically after him. I thought it was kind of cute, but yeah, the writing was very linear. Basically, I have a quest. I will fulfill the quest. It was just no thought to character development or how these people would react. It was just, I am clown. I make laugh. I am I am the pig. I will say every rude thing. I am the sweet guy. I am very gullible, but all I care about is my wife. It was like super A to B kind of stuff. And so right. I was brought in to be like, well, are they going to grow? Like, how do they grow? What what do these characters give a crap about? Why did this happen? It was like none of this was originally explained in the screenplay. But it was a fun exercise to do for sure. Had a great time. But then the problem was that some of the footage, even though it was all filmed, some of the footage didn't get transferred correctly, and we lost the most expensive part of it, which was the party where all the shit went down, because they were borrowing this really wealthy house. They had tons of guests. It was really expensive to put together, and then that's the only footage that disappeared. And it disappeared is the wrong word. It didn't get transferred. It got overwritten because someone assumed it was put on the drive, and they overwrote it on the SD card. And they're like, well, the lady's like, well, we'll reschedule it. And then after about 6 months, they, so it started off, we'll reschedule it. Then it became, we'll, rework the footage to turn it into something. And then nothing ever came of it. And I was like, it's fine. I got what I wanted out of it, which was the experience and some money while I was unemployed. But it was hilarious.
Yeah, dude.
God damn these! Why are these balls so difficult this time? Oh, because I know why. Because I'm playing my Titan, and I need to practice my hover jump. There we go. That was so dumb.
But you always play Titan. What are you talking about?
Well, that's the funny thing. My main is except for this season, has always been a hunter. I'm just for some reason I got way into my Titan. But yeah, it's funny because when you said that, I'm like, you're right. From your point of view, I am just a Titan. There's no reason for you to think otherwise. I'm always playing my Titan in this season. Honestly, I hated Titan actually for a long ass time. Something about it was the solar rework. I got on board. I'm like, dude, this is great. But yeah, I'm usually I used to be a solar hunter completely. Then I started getting into Tether Hunter, basically Mobius with Orpheus Rig. But now I don't know. There's some. I'm not as big a fan anymore. Well, like, so I also kind of split between two. I was originally I was Golden Gun. I was like, 3 or 7 shot Golden Gun. Then Blade Barrage kind of started flipping some switches, and now I just keep looking at both of those. And I'm like, but Bonk is like Blade Barrage only, always, forever.
Right.
I think it's because I like doing something weird with my characters, and you'll notice the only version of Arc Titan I play is frickin' Sparkle Yeet, because it's like I'm doing a thing. I love that. I love doing weird shit with my characters. Bonk! Bonk!
The horse bestows power upon you.
The horse can suck it. Behold, the Quillum. Come on, Quillum, don't fail me now. I mean, I haven't used it much, so I mean, it could fail me now. I don't see why not. But... yeah, suck it. Ah, good. I'll admit, after the 30th anniversary season occurred, or sub-season, whatever you want to call it, I prefer not having the frickin' bonus round occur.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I'm like, don't make this longer than it needs to be. Back then, it was like, oh, please do it. I need all that extra shit. But now it's like, dude, I got all that shit. I'm good.
Hey, can we go to the Dares vendor? I can't remember what it's called.
To Zer's location?
Yeah, I'm full up on keys.
Sure. You're keyed up. Sup,
I'm
Phoenix?
all keyed up.
Let's see, where is it going? Oh yeah, that place with the things. Zer's Treasure Hoard. That was the words we were looking for.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh man, 4.5 hours. I could do it. Oh, not even 4 and a quarter
there.
almost. Yeah. Woo.
So you're just gonna go to sleep after? I assume you're just gonna crash.
Yeah.
Sleep the rest of the day. All right.
I'm gonna probably sleep for a big chunk, but I have a hard if I start sleeping out of schedule, it's like getting back to normal is just a mess. So yeah, it'll probably be like a 4 to 6 hour nap, and then I'll get up so I can try to equalize. I specifically took Monday off because I know it's gonna take me a day and a half to get back to normal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Organic beings will need to
Good
adapt
old organic
to
beings.
survive. Think on that. I bring gifts of the 9. Gifts you sorely need.
All right. Yeah. Oh, I got a Pardon Our Dust red border. Thank you. That's what I want.
Accept it.
Get
from
some
the
9 bounties.
I may be here when you return.
What's up, horse? Hoss. Oh, sorry, not at the moment, Phoenix. I don't think I'm up for wow, words chat join just yet, but on my usual streams, I usually try to do at least one community participation one per week. So if you're able to join on one of my normal day streams, by all means, happy to have you aboard. But I don't think I have the wherewithal to bring in chat for today, man. Appreciate it though. Oh man. Wherewithal. I got no wherewithal. I got no nothing. Oh, nice. Got another red battler. I will take that.
Some of the cells in this body.
So lucky, I'm not getting anything. I got a few things, but
I got one from a key and one from my what's it called? My progression engram. You know, the thing. Wow. Yeah. I can definitely tell it's that time. Words are just a failure right now. All right.
I got a half-truth, so I got a battler, a retraced path, and that's it for those.
Any reds?
Reds. No, those are all the reds.
Oh, nice. Well, that's pretty good. Like on this run or just in general, that's what you got?
For just now, for what I turned in.
Dang. Nice.
I feel it's nice, but I got a lot of work to do on these dares weapons, so it's not like...
Let's see. I think in terms of actual progress, there's a few of them I still have yet to get anything on. Because, yeah, they're just not dropping at the speed I would like, but that's fine. That's actually kind of what I was like, well, let's do some of these. Yes, please. Yes,
yeah,
please.
No, I'm absolutely up for it, man.
Awesome.
This is one of those things I'm way behind on, and I don't,
Same here. Where did the other red go? I know I saw a second red. Dagnabbit. There it is. Okay. Yeah, the battler. Yeah, I was going to say. Okay. Move this one over here. Move this one in here. Should move that one right there. Bing bong. Or will it let me? Maybe it won't. It won't yet. Right, because I don't think this is technically a what do you want to call it? Like a tower zone, so you can't auto-equip things from your inventory here. All right, you ready? Ready for more ridiculousness?
We're ready to go.
All right, more redonkadonks. Muscling through. Yeah, so with this 24-hour stream, I finally spent some time, auditioned some music, and I now have background music instead of just the Destiny music. And I gotta say, I'm really enjoying my background music, because that's all I'm listening to now. And it's like kind of keeping me going for a lot of this stuff.
Right on, dude.
Yeah. It's it got kind of like a synthy sort of 80s vibe to it, which I'm like, yeah, that's my jam. Literally my jam.
Did you play Mass Effect at all?
Mm-hmm. Love the soundtrack to that, man.
Yeah, dude, Mass Effect soundtrack, great, man.
I even played Andromeda, although it was like four years after it came out. But dude, I gotta tell you,
I fucking hate that game so much.
I gotta say, having the 4 years gap from when it first came out, and of course it was buggy as shit when it released.
Yeah,
I actually enjoyed it. It was not Mass Effect; it was its own thing, but I enjoyed it for that factor.
So
the price is right.
So I haven't played it since it first came out, and I didn't finish. I hate it. I absolutely hated it. So my criticism is many years old at this point, so I might not be refreshed on everything that I'm frustrated about.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I genuinely dislike the Pathfinder system, where you're basically every class at once. I really don't like that. So much of Mass Effect, and maybe this is a personal thing, but so much of Mass Effect to me was just replaying. You know what I mean? Just replaying, and hey, I played like a Paragon male the first time. I'm gonna play like a Renegade female the second time, and I get to make different decisions. Or I've played a soldier, and I've played a Vanguard, and I've played an adept. But like, I want to play an engineer this time. I want to do you know, whatever. And so much of of Mass Effect for me is that replayability is like just, you know, going back and doing something I haven't done yet. So the Pathfinder system completely fucking ruins that because I'm already every class. Does that make sense? Like I don't need to go back and play it anymore. And I also don't like so when you have the limitations of the class, right? Like, well, I'm a Vanguard, so I have this ability, this ability, this ability, this ability. I can use these weapons. That's just an innate limitation of the class. It would be nice to have some other things, but I don't. You know, and so you kind of you have to work with what you have, and I think that's really cool because you find out kind of what you know. This class is actually like super strong in like this version, or this part of the game, or this, you know. But again, when you have everything, there is a quote unquote like correct build. You know what I'm saying? Like there is a objectively strongest build that, like, if you're not using it, it just feels like you're intentionally gimping yourself. Because, like, oh, dude, you know you can create, like, a gun that, like, you know, it never, like, it just kills everything, and you use this ability with it, and it's, you know, I just liked when that wasn't a thing. It's a personal gripe, man. I don't like that element of it for sure.
I can see that. No, I can totally see that. So my thing with most RPGs, especially Mass Effect, since it was, you know, 3 games long, which I enjoyed, but 3 games. I don't usually replay RPGs too often, I'll admit. The more complex a game gets, the less likely I am to play it again. Not to say I didn't love it, but it's like I've experienced it. I will now move forward to other things. And so, like, the ability to, like, kind of make the character I wanted, I totally dug. But I absolutely get your point. Because, like, I'm not necessarily the, you know, the outlier, or the, I may be the outlier. There we go. That's the words I was looking for. So, yeah, no, it's a really good point. Ooh, I get it now. Can I get over there? I did. Yay. So you know the backwards leap thing, so you can go over. I decided to turn around mid jump to see, you know, what the delta is, and yes, you do go higher vertically if you go backwards. And when I turned, I actually started dropping back down, and so my stomach hit the disc.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing was, I was close enough to the edge that it bonked me to the side, and I was able to hover to the, you know, it was bonking me left, and I hovered to the right to land. I was like, yes, please, that was great.
That's not a conversation for right now.
Against the blade and tusk of the Cabal.
Come on, Battler. Who doesn't want a paraversal contestant? Come here, you. Ugh. Hammer in the face. Jesus, look at all these orbs.
Guardian down.
Really? That broke my ankles, dude? I just jumped from up there. Let's go again.
I will bonk you with fire. That's what I thought. There were so many orbs here, I literally just had to walk backwards. And I've already got my super again. I don't know what weird conflagration occurred there, but I loved it. Fire, because bonk. Fire bonk. Is it everybody's best friend, cash and prizes? It is! My favorite name in the entire game, swear to God.
Big money. Big bucks. Big money. Your final opponent awaits behind.
Oh, that's right. The cash and prizes from cash and prizes.
Which shall you choose?
Aww.
Bad luck, contestant. Did you forget to say no whammies?
I did. That was my fault. So my dog, whose name I will not say because that will awaken him, is having one of his weird barky pup dreams, which always crack me up. So you hear these sort of half belabored woofs. Not even a woof, it's more of a bluff. It just kind of leaks out of his mouth. It's hilarious. Ah, bastard.
Star Horse had your final challenge waiting backstage. Let's bring out the Cabal.
Yes. You know, whether we want it or not, we're gonna fight the Cabal. I think that's what Zavala said. Dogs prepare to be battlered. Oh, ha! I forgot a battler is pulse. I was like, wait, I'm just shooting you. Why did you just stun? I was expecting to have Dunk ball is deployed. Bonk!
Conclude the fight.
No! The only thing that can survive my bonk, jumping. Come here, I'm gonna continue bonking you. I've learned your tricks, such as vertically raising yourself. Wow, I got some distance on that bonk. There it is. Hi there. I better get up there. I want my goodies.
You are tonight's champions. Please take your winnings and thank you for playing Dares of Eternity.
Dares of Eternity.
And this is Zer, reminding you to have your ghost.
My battler is battled. That's nice.
Good night.
Yep.
Need more battlers. Oh, oops. Forgot to re-plug that in.
Yes, it would be nice. These are the last things I need for all my red borders. It's just the Dares stuff.
I've got one Epicurean and then all the Dares crap. That's all I've got left too. Well, not true. I also have one. What's it called? Seasonal weapon. I need one more of the planks machine gun, whatever the hell that thing's called.
Oh, right.
But that I'm getting next week, so I'm good. That and damn it, more crap. Two singular ones from Night or King's Fall, but those will come in at most probably the next 2 weeks. This is the only place I have to work for it. I'll put it that way. The rest of them are just gonna guaranteed appear soon.
If you have two from King's Fall, you should get them on Tuesday, because I think the guaranteed the second chest we get guarantees a red border that you don't have, and then you just buy the other one.
Oh, really? Guaranteed
Yeah.
I don't have. Okay.
That's confirmed. That's because it always comes down to like the, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You've got like one, like when I've got one weapon left, I'll get two every week. It always gives you the one you don't have.
Nice.
There is actually bad luck protection on that particular
That's
mechanic.
Good. I never paid attention, but now that you mention it, that would make sense. Oh, less than 4. It's getting there. So excited. Sleep has never seemed more exciting. Let me tell you.
I bet.
Oh, Jesus. I thought it was putting us into the next one. I hate that. That
Well,
and glory-based matches. God damn it. Dares. Oh, and what's it called? Trials. Where it's like, you just sit there for like 20 minutes. You're like, oh, God damn it. Right. I got to cue myself.
Right.
So do you do like local plays and stuff, by the way, or? I know that you act, but I've been meaning to ask you, like, what's the history? What's the
to
scope?
say that I like act like so. I have a friend of mine's been involved in the local theater for a few years now. Has been trying to get me to come in for ages. I do so that's one of my friends. Another one of my friends went to Purdue for film production. He does like short films, a lot of he does multiple a year. And over the summer, he asked. I met him through the podcast. He came on and then talked a bunch of movies with us one time, and he invited me over the summer to come be a part of a short film that he was doing. It was a very, very small part. But I came into the table reading, and I met a bunch of people who were involved in the theater. That's kind of how he knows them as well. And they were like, "Hey, you're doing really good at this. Why don't you, like, there's a 10-minute play festival over the summer. Like, or there's a 10-minute play festival we're auditioning for it." This was on like a Friday, and they were like, if the auditions are like Sunday and Monday, and they're like, "You should come out." And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds really cool." And then on Sunday, I think I just kind of got in my own head about it, and I didn't end up going. I was like, "Oh, something came up, you know." And then on Monday, they reached out to me and was like, "No, seriously, come out and audition for this." And so I went in on the Monday after work, and I auditioned. And I know you said you've done it a little bit before. Are you familiar with kind of the audition? Like, they have like sides, and you okay. So again, like, I'm not familiar with these. Like, these are all plays written by local playwrights. There's like 10 of them. There are 10 plays. They're all 10 minutes long. And so they're just like, "Hey, you know, we're gonna have you read for, you know, this role in this, you know, in this play." And in that particular show, you could be in up to 2 shows. And so so that's the maximum you can do, is you can be in 2 shows if you get selected, because they want to. They want it to be kind of like, you know, to give everybody a chance to be in shows. And if you're in more than 2, that's a lot, you know. So I was selected for 2 right away, and there were like more that people wanted me to be in. They were like, in the auditions, they were like, "You've never acted before?" And I was like, "No, I mean, I do a podcast, so like I can talk, you know what I mean? And I do, I've been in bands, so like I've been on stage, and there's an element of like theatricality and character that you bring to that as well."
Right.
But it's not, you know, and I role play, you know what I mean? But that's not like,
It's persona.
but have I been on stage? No, no, I've not done this before. And so I did. I assume I did well. People said I did well in the 10-minute plays. And then there was a production called The Play. And so after, I was exhausted, like absolutely exhausted after the 10-minute plays. And I was like really excited to be done with it. But then as soon as we did, you know, the bows and everything, I needed to get back in there. I needed to do more. So I auditioned for The Play That Goes Wrong, which is a comedy. And I was an understudy. So I was an understudy for 3 of the male parts. And I was like really bummed at first that I didn't actually get a part. But it's also like I have no fucking experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no experience. And really, like, probably the best thing for me, even though it kind of hurts, is to like be part of this production, to see people every day who are like, you know, more experienced than I am.
Yep.
And just kind of get to know people who are in, you know, in the business, and so yeah, it sucked, but it was also like I learned so much, dude. Like, and that was the thing, is like I'm just gonna go in every day and just do my best and try to impress people. And you know, by the end, I was off book for all the characters. I could do all the stunt work along with all the main characters. I was handling a lot of the backstage production as well. I was like assisting with a lot of that. So was it what I wanted? Like, no, but it was what I needed.
Yeah.
So
I know that one
the next,
very well.
yeah, it sucks because it's like, man, you know, but so the next show, there's an Elvis musical coming up that people want me to do. I just don't like this. I'm trying to explain to people, like, I've been in bands, which is, and I can sing, and I'm a musician, but I'm not like I've not like been in a choir. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a different, like, it's a different sound to being in a band, being in a rock band, or, you know, being in a bit of punk, basically, to being like on stage singing like a theatrical music. So if it were Rocky Horror or something that had some like crossover, I would feel very comfortable with that. But you know, anyway, the next show that they're going to do is called the next show that I'm auditioning for is called Sordid Lives, which is it's a movie. So the director has asked me to come and audition for that. I'm excited for that. And then they're doing Spam-A-Lot, the musical version. Yeah. That's going to be next September, I think. So auditions will be in like June. So I'm kind of like, all the things I'm doing. So the director that I'm working with now for this short film that we talked about, that I did the table read and stuff for, he's the assistant, he's the AD for Sordid Lives. So it's one of those things where, like, I'm doing this not because I really want to, but because I want to get in good with him so that I can get a shot in Sordid Lives. And then if I get a shot in Sordid Lives, then I can, like, I'm more likely to get in with Spam-A-Lot, and, like, you know what I mean?
Yep, you're building the relationship.
Yeah, I'm doing my rep farming. I'm doing my daily rep grind.
Yeah.
With the different groups.
Just a different kind of rep this time. That's awesome. Yeah, I had kind of the same experience on the production side, because that point where I realized in order to actually see my stuff like filmed, I would have to do it myself. It was like, okay, cool. I did a couple of short films, but the thing was, this was me reading, you know, books how to do it, you know, watching videos, learning context from, you know, other people's context, but not really truly learning it in the journeyman sense. You know, I'm not learning it from someone. I'm not getting that context. And it isn't to say I couldn't learn it, but, you know, when you try teaching yourself something versus someone teaching you, you learn so much more because they've got experience to tell you why to do things, as opposed to, this is just how to do it, you know? And so because of that, I was like, well, I feel like I really want to learn the hows and whys. Not necessarily, I don't feel like I need to pay my dues. Not to say I don't, but, you know, like, that's not the reasoning. I just needed to understand it from a professional point of view. Like, how do they teach it in film school? How do they expect it on an actual cast and crew? And so because of that, I actually did a couple of PA jobs, because I was like, I need to learn. And what better way, if you don't have like the film school background, than, you know, just being a runner, or, you know, just being a gopher, whatever. And so I did that, and it was like super humbling, because it's like, you know, you're like, I'm not an, and this is totally the bias of, you know, coming in externally anyways. I'm not an idiot. I don't need to do this. But, you know, number one, PAs aren't idiots. It's a stupid, like, misconception bias anyways. But number two, it's like, it has nothing to do with that. Like you said, it's the paying your dues. It's how you learn. And also, you know, because I've got that relationship, I was able to get a couple of other, you know, short film gigs, because the exact same thing. It was the relationship. I got to know the director knew people, the people I worked with knew people, and so I got to work on a handful of other things because of that experience. But it's very humbling, you know. You think, especially at this point in my life where I'm like, you know, in the software world, it's not like I'm, you know, Elon Musk or anything like that, but, you know, I'm I'm respected in my industry. You know, it's like if I'm like I know what I'm
Right.
doing, or talking about, people know that. Meanwhile, it's like, okay, I'm at the time I was doing this, you know, I'm a mid-30s, you know, guy that apparently doesn't know crap about this thing he's decided he wants to do. Like it really just made me kind of reassess, you know, like, what do I want out of this? And I'm like, no, I want to learn. So suck it up, Buttercup.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's so weird when you're like, I've discovered what might be a new passion, and I'm this far in my life. Is it too late? It's like, number one, it's not. But like, you know, it's that thing that passes your brain. It's like, this is the crap that, you know, like Coppola went to film school in his, you know, late teens and early 20s, and I'm now not that.
Right.
This part I always write down here. Did you hear the thing about the Twitch foam pit? You know, TwitchCon, where it basically
Yeah. Yep.
that spot right back there that you have to go through if you fall down. That's basically the paracausal version of
that.
the TwitchCon foam pit, because it's just a bunch of floating little concrete bits that really mean nothing, and you can just push them around. I was like, dude, yeah, that right there, that's it. Oh man.
From across the Paraverse to be here tonight.
God, I can't believe that they thought that would be okay. It's like, put a thin piece of foam on the floor and then put little chunks of foam in between. Yeah, that's not how concrete works.
No, and in fact, like, the more that I've heard people talk about it, the worse it sounds. You know, like, there was only like, you know, two layers or whatever of this when, like, you know, they've said, you know, I've heard people that work in the industry saying, like, you know, there's supposed to be, you know, 8 layers. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and like, there were multiple injuries, and they were saying, you know, like, in the business, like, if somebody were to injure themselves, you immediately shut it down. You find out why there was an injury. You find out you know what I'm saying? Like, and this was like multiple. It just like seems really, really bad. Like,
yeah, it just blew my mind when I was hearing. But it's like, it'd be one thing if the lady that broke her back, like, was the first one, and it's like, oh, yep, shut that down. But it was like, no, that was the, like, 3rd or 4th injury that day, at least last I heard. For all I know, they may have found out there were more. It wouldn't surprise me if there were more. But yeah, it's just like out of nowhere. How did you think this was okay?
right?
What world were you in, man? Zer's Siegebringer. Oh, I'll bring some siege. No, my hammer. Out of my way, I need my hammer. There we go. I really wish I could put like a little tether cord on my hammer so I could throw it and then pull it back. That'd be the best.
That's, I mean, Titans would get that. Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, I figure they probably already have, you know, like the little clippers for their mittens so they don't lose them. Why not use that for their for their weapons? I think that should be a meme. They should just totally do a whole shtick about Titans basically being like 5-year-olds being sent to kindergarten. It's like, okay, make sure that the little clippers are on your mittens because you don't want to lose your mittens. I won't lose my mittens, Mom. And then they come back from like a crucible. It's like, Mom, I lost my mittens.
I lost my mittens. Well, that's they've already got the whole like crayon eating, you know.
Oh, exactly,
like,
exactly.
Stigma, like,
the battle cry of the Crayola, man. Honestly, that weird. What was that? Strawberry banana flower child thing? I mean, that looks like you melted some crayons. It even has this like weird drooping live texture. It just basically constantly looks like
right.
You know, like it's pouring off of it. So I'm like, dude, that right there's your Crayola wax action. Get over here. Yeah! Yeah! Take that. Pack hunters, suckers. Yay!
All right,
We're
dude.
done.
I think everybody's just waking up right now, and it looks like Bottoms is just getting back on.
Oh,
So
nice.
I might leave you with him. I might leave you with
Fair.
him and log off for a little bit. But
Fair.
if I don't see you again, GG's. Good luck with everything.
Thanks, man.
Super Temple
Appreciate it.
Force and I will perceive you next time on Dares of Eternity.
That's how I feel right now. Blah, 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 blah. I want to know where this weird offset in time comes from, man. I'm minorly fascinated by that offset. What's the term the kids use? I am low-key curious about it. Low-key. Ugh. Oh, conversion is a array, I guess. Okay. Hey, man.
How's it going?
Oh, there you are. I didn't hear you first when I saw the speaker moving. I was like, you there?
Yep, it's a good day. Headset started right up.
Oh, nice. It's been well rested, well charged.
Did I run off ducks?
He actually was like, well, it looks like people are starting to wake up, so I'm going to leave you in Dust's capable hands. I think he was basically just kind of staying on to keep me company until other people came on. Yeah. But yeah, we were doing some dares. We did a couple of lost sector or haunted sectors to get him the last of his pages, which I think he's got covered now.
All right, what are you working on?
Pretty much dares. Like that was one thing we were kind of intersecting on. I mean, I've got all my seasonal stuff I wanted done for this season, at least until Tuesday when we find out about the community event, presumably. So yeah, I was just gonna grind for red bars and in dares, but I'm pretty flexible if there's anything that's of interest to you.
Nope, I still need that. I haven't even done a full reset, and I don't have the catalyst for Forerunners, so let's do it.
Nice. All right. Well, first I'm going to take us to Zertown so I can dunk some of these keys and crap. time come from? Oh, seconds. Okay. Divided by value. Okay, I see. Minutes. Hours. Days.
How'd it go
Makes
overnight?
sense. Oh, it was long. It was very long. I mean, it's just barely not overnight now in my head right now. Yeah, I'm definitely punchy at this point. But yeah, let's see. What did I end up doing? So after you crashed, I was about to go do a run of solo dungeons, and then Alien hopped on. So we did a little bit of running. We did like Catch Crash and what else did we do? Catch Crash. Oh, and some Expedition. And then Pogue came on, so we did some with him. And then after that, they were on for a decent amount, and then after that it was just me. But then it was like I think about 2 or 3, and I started a solo run of what's it called, Prophecy, and I got to the captain before the wasteland, and I got him down to literally just needed one black moat drop off to basically unlock him and then finish him. He had almost no life left. And then I got booped off the side. And I was like, I can't even focus on this, man. I am past like that kind of level of thinking.
That's really fresh territory.
Exactly. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm on the other side of fresh right now, let me tell you. So after that, I was like, okay, I'm going to do something else. And I was going to do some Horizon Zero Dawn, but I realized I'm also, at this point, too tired that, like, if I play it, like, I play that game for the story, right? I want to see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not going to remember what happens if I'm playing this at, like, 2 in the morning. It's just going to be a big fuzzy memory. So I'm like, well, that's not great. So I went and...
I respect that.
I went and downloaded Control, which I beat on the console. Really love that game. But I picked it up during the summer sale because I think it was like... No, it was the Halloween sale because it was like $15. And it's the ray tracing version as opposed to the console version. I was like, I want to see what the difference is. So installed that and ran like the first 20 minutes of it. And it is... it's a gorgeous console game, but it is way more gorgeous on the PC. And I was just kind of running around there, but I'm like, nah, I'm getting engrossed enough that I'm going to start just kind of locking in on this. And I'm like, I'm not going to play this all the way through right now. So then I was like, okay, let's do some dumb grind stuff I needed to do. So I did, what did I finish up? I finished something... I can't remember what I ran. Oh, I ran a couple of Catch Crashes to get some of the just seasonal completions, like number of treasure coordinates and all that kind of crap done. And then I was going to grind dares, and that's right when Ducks came on. And so we did some haunted sectors to finish his, and then dares. Dare time.
Right on.
Yeah, that.
Well, you made it.
That's. I know. I'm like, I'm looking at the timer.
Stretch.
We're almost there. Almost there. Oh man, but yeah, I can definitely tell. Like, I don't have to even wait to listen to my stuff tomorrow. I can already tell. Like, I'm having trouble like remembering the words I'm looking for, and like I'm just repeating myself, and I'm just like, oh Jesus, dude, yeah, you're a wreck. But that's why I only do this once a year. All right, let's see.
Well, it is commendable.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad you made it.
Hey, you and me both. Aw, boo. So I got a Temptations Hook red bar, and I got, what was the other one? Another old school, Hollow Words red bar. Neither of which are red bars for anything I give a crap about.
Not patterns, yep.
But the funny thing is, I do absolutely adore Temptations Hook. Once I was like, oh yeah, I remember Temptations Hook. Good times, good times.
I think I've got 3 of them in the vault from the original season that they launched in with double perks, and I've never used them. The dream was there to use it on Corrupted at one time, but we're so far past that now that
oh yeah,
I don't know that
it's just sitting there now. Yeah, it's the same thing for me. I did use it for a brief amount of time. So if I remember, because I haven't used it in forever, I think it's a caster frame, right? It does the whipping.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that was what
I think wants to be cool and good and effective. I don't know that it's found its place.
No, that's fair, especially
Outside
for
of
a heavy.
PvP, maybe?
That's I think what gets it. You know what it basically is? A caster frame is basically a heavy glaive.
Oh, yeah. And glaives just do it better.
And cost less.
That's kind of my problem with glaives. I feel like it's almost a heavy weapon.
That's ironically, that exact point is why I love a glaive. Love it. It's perfect for me.
Yeah, and it's great because of how versatile and useful it is. But I mean, it flies in the face of the dynamic of special weapons when you can sit there and just dole out heaps of damage at basically no cost. I mean, it's a sword with no ammo.
Fortunately, it doesn't do sword levels of damage on the uncharged version, but it does it at a speed very similar to a sword.
Sure, it's a little slower.
Yeah, I totally get your premise there. Oh, what's this? Dux has posted a thingy. There's been a thing posted. Oh, Last Wish stuff. Yes, I agree. I agree with him.
That's funny.
There was a couple of points because the marathon factor is not a requirement by Extra Life. It's one of those, like, this is our official day, but if you don't feel like this is your jam, you can spread out the 24 hours whenever you want. Matter of fact, the 25 is purely me. They only want 24. So, that, like, in theory, I could duck out at 9 and call it a day, but to the point, it's like there were a couple points where I'm like, I'm tired. Maybe I should just do a little bit of a catch up after I take a nap or something. But it's me. I couldn't go against what I said I would do, even though no one cares except for me. It's like, damn it, I said I would do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm just like, I'm so tired though. It's not as easy as when I was like in my early 30s when I first started doing this. Now I'm just like, sleep. Glorious sleep.
Oh, I bet. I need to get my galley.
Ooh, I want that and that. There we go.
Dim is really letting me down right now.
Spin the wheel to meet the other team joining us tonight.
Caveman. Great name.
Put all 4 of your hands together for the falling.
Yeah, I realized after everyone was crashing, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. I am ready for more content in Destiny 2. Like, I think I'm ready for the
I bet.
the expansion right now because I
Nothing
was looking
like
at
that
everything that's
24 hours stream to reveal that truth, huh?
well. The interesting thing is, like, Destiny is like at this point in the year, not even a season, but like in an expansion year, like all becomes kind of a blur because when it starts, right, when the expansion first kicks off, it's all content with a little bit of repeatable. Like, you're not doing strikes, you're not doing Crucible, you're doing the campaign. And once you finish the campaign, there's then the epilogue stuff. You know, like, oh, we found out that once you finished it, there's these 3 quest lines. 2 of them are going to give you exotics. One's going to kind of leave a hint about what's coming, you know, all that kind of stuff. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, is our instance frozen? There we go.
Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. I was like, what did you see? I don't see anything. And then, like, right afterwards, that's when I
I
started.
heard the music kick in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have my
Finally
music
loaded
off.
something.
That makes sense. But yeah, like it's all about, you know, like the bespoke content, not about the repeatables. But then when we get to this point in the year, and it slowly starts changing, because you'll notice the content. You're done with the main stuff, but there's still parts that you're kind of either replaying, or like with the raid gets unlocked, or you'll find out that there's or then you focus on the seasonal content bit, etc. But then by this point in the year, it's all Crucible, it's all GMs, which basically it's all strikes, it's all the seasonal events. It's all just the repeatables, but it happens so subtly. It's the frog in the pot, and so at this point, it didn't even occur to me until I was looking at, well, what can I do? And I'm like, well, I don't want to do strikes. That's dumb. Like arbitrarily in my own head, it's dumb. I'm not gonna do that. GMs, no, I'm not gonna solo that. I could Crucible. No, not unless I have people. It's not fun without people. I could Gambit. Fuck no. Nope. What's left? I'm like, oh God. There is nothing, because what I want to do right now is I want to basically play like Horizon Zero Dawn or Uncharted or something like that in Destiny. In other words, I want my goddamn campaign content. Give me campaign content. And that's what I knew. Even though it's pretty obvious, like you said, it's like it took you that long to figure it out. It's like, oh yeah, no, I should have figured it out a long time ago, but it just hit me like so hard. I was like, man, I'm ready.
I think that there's something with the release cadence that they've fallen into that doesn't lend itself well to freshness.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that.
It's inevitable, and they seem committed to it. And everybody knows what they want. Bungie's hearing it. It's just hard to schedule surprises, but it's a secret dungeon. That's what everybody wants.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants that to come back again.
Honestly, I'd just be happy with secrets, but like I would definitely take a secret dungeon. Honestly, the secret missions just in general, love them. Super bespoke. I understand why we can't get them all the time, because that is costly, and I mean, even though it'll be played a lot, it's still effectively one-time content. But goddamn,
I must still be tired. I totally missed my jump.
The funny thing is, I always missed the going backwards one until it has to do with frame rate. It has to, because once I got back on PC, I make it all the time. But when I was on console, I could not make the backwards. I could make it when it first came out, but something changed, and then I could never make the backwards jump.
I've told people before that works, and all of my friends on console think I'm crazy. They think it's the stupidest thing they've ever heard. But I know that it can.
Oh yeah, it 100% works, and I know why too. I even proved it earlier tonight, because I was like, well, I've believed this, but I never checked it. It's because when you go backwards, you actually, and it's only because of the push. It's not like just any time you do it. You actually gain more verticality. So you're not going through it at the right time. It's not like evening you out. It's literally just putting you above the circle. And if you turn midway, you'll actually find yourself like hip catching on the circle, unless you just happen to be very coincidental and go through the gap. I found that out because I turned around and I was like, I actually could watch myself dipping down, because for some reason I'm not, quote, aerodynamic enough when I spin around forward. but confirmed, not old wives' tale. The thing was, it was like an old wives' tale that always worked before. It was like, I don't see why that would work, but it seems to, because for me, before I knew you and Dux, Alien would always do it backwards, and I knew it worked because it never failed for him. And when it first came out, when Dares first came out in the 30th anniversary, when we figured that out, I could do it too. But then, like, one day, and I think it was they tweaked something with like maybe they fixed a bug in the frame rates that allowed it, but it just stopped working on the console. But it still always works on the PC. It's really weird.
I had it work a few times on the console. I think you're right about that. Because I had it work a few times on the console, and then it just didn't.
Yeah, it went from, like, I could get it every time to never again. Like, it wasn't even a, like, it didn't work sometimes anymore. It's like, no, it just, I could never get it to work again. Now, it isn't to say it never worked again for anybody, but for me, it never worked again.
I can't get it to work. The ship has sailed, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
I have so intermittently engaged with this activity that I'd still never even maxed out this vendor once.
Really? I think I've probably maxed it out like 3 or 4 times, but only because I just did the grind for, you know, the specific thing. Like when Forerunner came out, I had that done like in 2 days. I was all about it because Halo, honestly. For Halo reasons.
I get that.
Cash in prizes. I mean, now it's also mechanically just a great sidearm for an exotic, but yeah, that's not why I did it initially. I'm sitting here power positive thinking this is what I want it to be.
Huh? All our eggs in one basket.
Last time I did it was Cabal also. I'm getting suspicious.
I figure, and I've done this since the first day that I came in here when I realized how that worked. I always stand on that same circle.
Yep, same here.
There's no... I just pick one, 33% chance. Here we go. Yeah.
That's kind of the way I thought about it. I looked at the 3 and I'm like, well, I want it to be this one, and it's all random anyways, so why not pick the one you want it to be at that point?
Yep, there's no sense in standing on high because you don't even need heavy in there, basically. Yep. And this one is just...
I don't want it.
It's all range. I've got a rocket. I'd love to have infinite rockets. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Their drop pods have fallen from across the Paraverse to be here tonight. Survive.
Ooh, space yeet.
After that, you're just pretending like you can be good at the lottery, and you can't. It's random. So.
Yep. If you think that you've found the magic pattern, you're a sucker. Oof. That could have been me. But it weren't.
This core, for this boss that you used to destroy the generator, drop a shield, always seems like it takes forever to come out.
It really
it's
does.
Just a weird boss, because there's 2 generators, right? Rather than make us get 2 different ones and spreading them out, it's just one, and it just waits forever. I always thought that was weird.
It is weird. Boom. There you go. Pick up your magic ball. Where'd he go? There he is.
Victory is close.
What'd you say?
Hello again. Shall we see what gifts the mystical star has bestowed upon tonight's winners? Yes, how insightful. The true prize has always been the joy of competing. Right here on Dares of Eternity. Good night.
Right here on Dares of Eternity. I'm going to take us to orbit for a moment. So I need to AFK for a moment. Use facilities and whatnot. I will be right back.
I'll be here.
All right. Wow. Game. Ready for some more beating things up?
I am looking for some deep sight weapons I might have in my vault that I can finish because I really want to upgrade this Brigand's Law. I have a terrible, terrible habit of just deleting them and never completing them.
Yep, that's that's what I was kind of chuckling about. I was like, that sounds very familiar.
Well, Dux doesn't mind just throwing on whatever he's got.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't mind juggling it, looking at bounties, looking at weapons. I'm just not keen to do that.
Hey, Phoenix. Sorry, man.
Why.
I'm on hour 22 of being awake. I am definitely not in a place for a nightfall, but
it
thanks,
slows me
man.
down. That's why he's sitting on a vault full of red borders that he can craft a weapon, fully upgrade it, and then
Emergency
delete stuff back to full. He's doing with deep sight, with the resonant elements, what I have done with planetary materials for a long time. I basically sit at 4,000 planetary materials for everything, and I maintain that across the board in case of emergencies.
Are you doing what level of
bunch.
nightfall? We might be able to do the lighter one. What level nightfall are you doing?
Now they're
Phoenix?
taking that away, so it's going to become a lot harder to manage the economy, I think.
Let's see. What's it? Oh yeah, going over here. Dars. Oh wow, I'm at literally, I think, 1 point short of the next notch on Fabled, which is no big deal. I mean, that level doesn't matter, but it's apparently a small enough point value. I literally see no gap in the progress circle, which is pretty hilarious.
Hover over the the node. What are the points?
Yeah,
at the bottom?
1774 out of 1770, or sorry, 774 out of 775.
1 point.
That's impressive. I didn't even know like they could break down to that point. I thought they were all broad increments, like 5 points at least or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that gets thrown off, honestly. But you just must be one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, I'm a special boy. My dog is ready for bed. That is for certain. He's just laying there, groaning,
Been up
stretched
with
sideways.
you the whole time?
What was that?
Has he been up with you the whole time?
Not necessarily up, but definitely nearby at the very least. Like I think he's definitely been up for most of it. I think I caught him a couple of times napping.
Ahead of you are fraught with peril, but the ideal horse
You can't bear, not being in the room with me.
I failed last night because that headset, when the headset died and I didn't have conversation, I just started, I kept waking up walking into walls. I don't know if you saw that.
I thought you were kind of screwing around like I'm bored, so I'm just gonna walk into the wall. I totally did catch that a couple of times. I've done that too, like back in the EverQuest days. Like I would do that all the time, where I'd be like drifting to sleep, and then I'd be like, "Oh, look, I'm facing a wall now." Yeah, that's usually a good hint that it's time for bed.
Give the wheel a spin, and the great steed will bring out your opponents.
I think when I started falling asleep, you were working on your final stuff for Scallywag. Did you get that?
I did, yeah.
All done, alright.
All done. All scallywagged up. I think that was the last bit of seasonal stuff I wanted to get done, so that That cleared me. I'm a free man. Ready to explore that which the world offers.
I'm gonna have to. I'll probably tackle Lightblade. I think the Lightblade is the one that intimidates people the most. So I'll get that out of the way. I think that's probably the one that people will be less inclined to run. And then Glassway, we've just had more time with it. I'll probably run Lightblade tomorrow. GM. Get that one out of the way. And then the following week, I'll focus up on Glassway and hold the last two until the final week so I can at least get a couple shots at Horror's Least. And maybe by then I can put some more work into the Vanguard playlist and maybe have a chance at increased perks, you know?
Mm-hmm. The imagery there was great. It basically looked like the giant Minotaur just literally shot those things when he got hit by that by that sparkly yeet. It's like bah, and then.
The fantastic horse now demands you prove your dexterity on the zany Dares of Eternity obstacle course.
Oh, Master. If it was like a hero or something, I might be up for it. But yeah, I'm barely holding it together just doing these dares. So I'm sorry, man. See, I can't even line up backwards. Whee! There we go.
You get rank up bonuses from running these consecutively, right?
I think so. I think you get streaks on them.
Did you already do your legendary dares for the week?
Not yet. No, I haven't done a legendary run yet.
I'm not sure what LFG looks like this early in the morning, but we could set one up if you wanted to get the red border guaranteed.
That sounds like it might be right on the outside edge of my capabilities right now.
Well,
I appreciate it though. I'd be actually down when I'm more coherent later on after a nap or whatever though, because I could definitely use it. Well, the nap too, but the red border specifically.
Well, we can do it tonight.
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
I'm excited to. Do you do the spoiler thing?
What was that?
Where
Sorry.
You don't like spoilers. I try to feel out who.
Depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about for Destiny or?
Yeah, for Destiny.
I'm not
I mean,
usually
it's
that.
in line with what we've discussed, but I'm hearing rumors about next season's dungeon, and I just didn't know if you had heard
interesting.
anything
Okay.
on it.
No, I haven't heard anything particular, but yeah, I'm open to it. What's up? Or what'd you hear?
Well, I'm hearing that, and it makes sense that the next season's dungeon is going to be something to do with the Deepstone Crypt. And I think that we've already had a bit of speculation on that, but I think they're finding things in the API now that are really putting that on display. Can't remember what it was they said. Something about a symbol that they've found in the API that matches the Deepstone Crypt colors and design.
Interesting.
And that's really in line with what Dux was saying with his lore projections, right? That Deepstone Crypt, we go in there, something to do with the Rasputin Exo.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Braytech. Ooh, Red Border Half Truths.
Ooh, Red Border Wastelander.
Nice. I don't know, that just really excites me because Deepstone being aesthetically one of my favorite raids. I love being in there as much as I love playing it. And then I also like the lore with Clovis Bray and the time travel and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see where that goes. Duality did a lot to prop up Callus even more for me. I'd like him to give the Brays the same treatment. And then I think Rasputin's a really cool character that we don't see enough.
Absolutely. I mean, he really just had, well, I mean, outside of, like, the references here and there, we've really only seen him in the Warmind expansion. That's really about it. Well, and the one with the community event, but I don't know if I'd fully count that one. Survive the final round. Survive your face, a fist. Yeah, I've got mixed feelings because everything you said I 100% agree with. I think Deepstone Crypt is probably my favorite raid location. I love the look, the architecture, the design of everything involving the Braytech stuff on Europa. I'm down with more of it. But, oh, wow. Really? Oh, and okay, that guy. I died right as a Cabal landed nearby, but not on me. But then I turned around. It was a shield. I got shield whacked from mine. Just perfect timing. The only thing for me, I would like to have Braytech stuff, but I really would prefer it to be on Mars because we've already got a dungeon on, or not dungeon. We've got a raid on Europa. We have never really had anything of value on Mars in terms of like the major end game content. I just would really, especially since we got it back, I would love to see that being utilized, especially since it also has untold secrets of Braytech nested within
No, I'm
it.
with you. I think that you can do both, right? I think you can have a deep stone crypt themed dungeon that does take place on Mars. They're kind of the same type of architecture anyway, and even the environments are just rocky crag, different color, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So you could,
but
in
it's,
theory, have that still be the case.
Well, you could. If it's saying Deepstone Crypt specifically, though, the crypt is... So Braytech is in both locations, but the crypt is very specifically Europa. So if they're directly...
But does it have to be? Because, I mean...
Well,
Europa happened first, as I recall, didn't it?
It did. But that's why
So,
it's the
that
crypt,
just
though.
means
Like,
that-
narratively, that's why they call it the Deepstone Crypt, is like it's a sealed location. I mean,
I
it's...
don't-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
My understanding isn't that we're going to go into the Deepstone Crypt, but that it's going to be tied to that storyline.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
I'm hearing.
Okay,
It's an
that sounds
extension
cool.
of the concepts for the hunt that Bray started on Europa, and I think it's just kind of cool to have like this this new secret. Oh, where'd the boss go? I'm flying at nothing.
Oh, he's down on the other side. He's not where
Got
he,
him.
not the side he usually falls down to.
Just imagine like an offshoot of Europa. There's bad things happening there, and we've got to relocate. And they take it and they build another secret facility there for specifically something to do with Rasputin. So it's like a merger of the Warmind architecture plus the stuff they used for the Deepstone Crypt. I think that sounds really cool.
That would be cool.
I'd be totally down with that. We'll see what happens though.
Yes.
Does it not drop? Does it not drop Dare's weapons from this final chest?
It does. I just happened to get armor this time, but it has dropped weapons previously. Good night. Don't tempt me, Zer.
But I'm not the lore person. Dux is the one that reads all that stuff, and I catch the snippets in game from what happens. So I'm not real up on it, but I just think conceptually a merger between Deepstone and Mars and the break, like to tie the two versions of Breaktech together, because my perception outside looking in, not having dug into the lore, is that the one on Mars existed before the Europa stuff was really fleshed out, so it really feels like two separate versions of Breaktech. I think there's an opportunity to tie those together.
I can see that. I would be down. Oh, it's starting to get light out for me. Getting close.
Almost there. What do you got? 2 hours left?
3. 10 a.m.
Oh, that's right. I'm looking at my clock. It's an hour behind. Need to fix that.
Let's go to Zertown.
I'd like to have the Mars location back, though.
That would be
I've
great.
always wanted to do, what was it called? The Zol strike. I've always wanted to do that in the GM. And it was vaulted before GMs came out.
What the heck? That's so weird.
The deep black is
I got a half-truth. Ah,
Red
nice. I just got a red bordered retraced. And a red bordered pardon our dust. And I'm also noticing a postmaster warning, so I better check before I cause problems. Let's see.
Do you now sleep?
Come on. Finish your spin. Almost full. Okay. Whew, that was close. Let me clear out some garbage here. Mark of Inquisition.
So much light here. I suppose I feel pain.
I've got a good non-red bordered half-truth, so I don't need to collect those. I've got a good non-red border battler, so I don't need to collect those either. I'm here for a very particular crafted, well, not roll, but just unlock crafted, please. Yes, thank you. Let's see. What else can I clear out here? That guy. Get rid of him. He's a jerk. I don't need that Temptations hook. How about you? Dump that. And you.
So I've noticed in Braytech for a while, the remainder of the opulent weapons are in the API. Imperial Decree, in special, and then the swords. Every single sword is listed in here as craftable. Gold Tusk, Death's Razor, and Throne Cleaver. So I'm wondering what that's about. Palace will be showing up in Lightfall. I wonder if they'll put some of that in there.
It's a possibility. For all we know, maybe you've just listed off the craftables from the new dungeon.
Well, see that, but those are hive weapons, so that would imply the opposite of everything we've discussed, everything that's rumored right now for the dungeon next season. Which would be Rasputin and Braytech themed.
Well, except,
which I hope is not the case, because I would prefer that.
The thing is, though, the only reason we'd be going into Braytech and having a dungeon is if we had to fight something. So that there's a chance that wherever we're going, who would be our opponent there? It could be Cabal. Probably not, though, because we just had a Cabal dungeon. So I would guess it either has to be... Honestly, the two most likely adversaries would either be Vex or Hive, both of which would have a good reason to go into Braytech. But considering... we really haven't gotten the full conclusion of the Savathun story. My wager would be, if we're going to go in there, it's something to do with Imaru, not Dormammu. That's Marvel. But yeah, that would be my pitch at the very least. I couldn't even say it's an educated guess, but that would be my pitch. Which would be pretty cool. But yeah, it also could be for next expansion too. But the other thing, the one other thing I was going to say though is that they also do have a history of putting stuff in prep for eventually. For example, the Xenophage catalyst has been in there for 3 years, and we still have yet to see that thing drop.
Right.
That's all I have.
So has Bastion. And Devil's Ruin, I believe. I've been in there for a while.
I was told to come here and wait.
The best part is watch, and when it finally appears, the ones that we've been looking at, the placeholders, they're going to be completely different too. Like that's not the one that actually shipped. Oh, okay. Because of course that would be how it works out.
It's gotta be. I think you're right. I don't want it to be another Callus-driven Cabal, experience similar to what we just did with Duality. I don't want it to be more opulent weapons as craftable in a dungeon, because we just had that. But that does seem like the most likely solution.
I wouldn't.
If you
I
were to
wouldn't.
tie the
Yeah, that's just a pitch though. So I wouldn't. It could be next season or next release as opposed to next season. The only things I would probably be very confident in are, number one, the dungeon opponent wouldn't be Cabal, because they've, from their design approach, they do seem pretty adamant about not doubling up on the content. So we've already had Cabal, especially since the dungeon itself, literally 2 back-to-back Cabal dungeons, that doesn't ring true. But it could be. So there's 2 aspects that we can think of, because if you think about the last dungeon season, honestly any season, but specifically the last dungeon season, you get 2 chunks of craftables. You get the dungeon craftables, and you get the seasonal craftables. If there's any way it could be seasonal, that I also just thought of something that would mean it probably isn't the dungeon craftables, which is dungeon craftables, and I hope they keep this going. We only had 2 in the last one, which makes sense, because if you have too many of them, considering how few opportunities you have relative to, say, a raid to get those craftable items, it would not be a good experience. Like, imagine if you had 6 that you had to hunt instead of just the 2 that we're already having trouble trying to get. It would just be unbearable. So I'm guessing if they're going to use all of those, and they might spread them out over multiple seasons, so it could actually be multiple content points. But if they're going to put them all in one dump, it would have to be the seasonal drop as opposed to the dungeon drop. Which if they're going to do a Rasputin and a season, the only way that would make sense is, well, if they're fighting the Hive, which could make sense if they're doing like because here, okay, sorry, I'm like leaping over here, but I'm realizing connections here. So the whole point of this season is that we're trying to get the Nezarect artifacts. We're also finding out that the only other people right now that are looking for them, beyond the pirates that we're taking them from, are the Lucent Hive. So it would make sense if unless we're planning to temporarily drop that thread, that what we're doing now is going to bleed into that, in the same way that the end of the Vex fight, where we found out that Osiris was behind everything and Osiris was Savathun, bled into the whole Season of the Lost being about, Savathun being in the crystal. So maybe this is setting up the Lucent Hive as the tail end of this plot, being the kickoff of the Lucent Hive being the core baddie for next season. So maybe the Anna Bray Rasputin storyline's main opponent is the Lucent Hive. Ooh, which could also then mean, if we're doing that Braytech raid or dungeon, that they're not just Hive, they are actually Lucent Hive. Like, it's the first time we'll actually have major competition with them.
That would be so excellent. Yeah, to see them actually utilize some of the stuff from Witch Queen, because it feels like a growth that showed up and then just stagnated.
Yep, it felt gimmicky because we're not seeing it anywhere else. It's like, look, cool content for one little bit, we're not using it anymore. But they seem to start doing
even
it
a
now.
full season.
Yep. Yeah, it was just the campaign. The season didn't even have them.
And also, the weapons, the opulent weapons really don't even fit in with the concept, unless it ends up being something totally different. The opulent weapons don't really fit in with the concept of what everyone's speculating the dungeon's going to be, because it's the Deepstone Crypt raid weapon rework is not there just to be there, right? It can't be. It's got to be that they've made new weapons that are Braytech themed weapons, and it made sense to rework those at the same time because they're already doing something that lines up with them.
Yep.
Bungie doesn't really go back and just... I love that if this ends up being what happened, then I think it's great that they recognized, hey, old content is worth an update, let's go do it, because they don't do that very often.
Nope.
And I think that going back and doing that makes sense, but historically it only happens because, hey, while we're here, we might as well do this.
Yep. So that would be cool. I am behind this thought process. I like where that would go. I would play. Well, I'm gonna play it anyways, but I would definitely play that.
I'm very excited. I actually wish we could. I mean, I want to know what happens next season because narratively they're doing a great job of releasing content that does feed the story that they're growing. But I'm ready. I'm ready for the next expansions raid already.
Oh, me too. Me too, man. I'm ready to go. Like seriously, that's the like week 1 campaign. Week 2, let's fucking go.
Yep.
Speaking of ready, you ready to go?
Indeed.
Awesome.
In this next day 1 raid, I'm gonna be doing it right.
Yep.
My vacation time will have reset. I'll be planning the specific days, specific farming days, and the day 1 raid day. I'll get a sufficient amount of sleep the night before, ready to punish myself and do whatever it takes because, man, I want that emblem.
Yep.
I have chased every one of them, and just I always make it to the second encounter, and it takes 10 hours to do it.
Yep. I've done the first encounter on 3 of them so far. Oh, god damn it. Autopilot much.
You must be tired.
Yep. I was like, the circle thing. Well, they're all circle things. Yeah, now it's leaking into everything, man. But yeah, no, I've like, okay, let's see. Vault of Glass, we got through plates, and we got through conflux, and then we got I'm trying to remember, we either did actually get oracles or we got stuck at oracles. I think we did get oracles, but just because everyone understood oracles because Vault of Glass. Vow,
I at that point had never played Vault of Glass before. It was completely fresh for me on day 1.
Yeah, fortunately, about half the people we ran with had, so they were able to get through that. And then we hit a wall because Templar was a DPS wall that we couldn't figure out at that point. So I think we did do oracles at that point. But Vow, we got through the knowledge, and we lived in exhibition for about 6 or 7 hours, and we had 2 teams, so that was probably the most populous day 1 that we had because we had 12 people. I think we had like 14, but we had 12 people, which was enough to make 2 teams. So we had 2 teams, and we had a shared Discord channel. So we had one Discord channel for each of them and a shared one. And basically we would have a rep hop into there to be like, here's what we found so far, kind of a thing.
That's cool.
It was really, really awesome. And then we had a couple of people that would, offset. Then one team burned out. Well, not burned out, but, like most of the people had to leave. So then we had a couple people. And at that point, a couple people in our group wanted to duck because, it was getting long. And so we picked them up, and we kept going on sort of a hybrid of the 2 teams. And then we couldn't get past it because it was just so much to figure out blindly from our puzzle solving point of view. And so that was as far as we got. We never finished exhibition on day 1. And then King's Fall, we got the totems done, or the relics done, but we got crunched on totems. We could not figure out how to get through there. So yeah, we've gotten like the first non-encounter done pretty consistently, but after that, pretty much no's with the exception of Vault. And those were the only 3 we've done. So I'd love to try to push farther. And honestly, for King's Fall, the Friday is what kicked our ass because everyone was kind of expecting Sunday, and then when we found out it was Friday, it was like I took the day off. I was like, screw it, even if we don't do it, I'm taking it off because I want to play through some of the earlier content. And I think it wasn't until like about 4 or 5 in the evening on Friday that we were able to do it. And by that point, also most people had gotten off of work and they're exhausted and they're like, I don't know if I even want to do this. It sucked because we wanted to, but yeah, everything fell apart. But not this time. And not to their credit, it wasn't like our group's fault either. It was just Fridays.
No, day ones are punishing no matter how you spend it.
Yep, even on the best of days, it's gonna be rough.
No, and you feel it. It's crazy. You do the opening encounter, right? Everybody's jazzed. They're excited. You get through. You get to the first encounter. You fail it a couple times, and everybody's like, "All right, buckle down. Let's figure this out." And then 2 hours later, the motivation, the excitement has waned, and it's either at that point you get the right speech to keep everybody motivated, everybody calm, or it just breaks you down. There's no getting around it. That's a day one.
Have you seen the Dato's video on like some basic raid puzzle solving for day ones? It's a pretty good primer, I guess is the correct term. I always call it primer, but the thing I really liked about it was he focused on like what to look for on a raid. Wow, that is a lot of dudes. I never noticed how many there are out here. What to look for in the failure results? You know, the what's it called? The
things in the feed.
Damage
I haven't
report.
watched his video. To be honest, actively avoid Dato's videos.
Really?
Where
Interesting.
I can, ever since he effectively called all of his viewers stupid and dumb in one of his vault cleaning videos with Bife. I just wasn't fond of that. So I don't watch his videos much anymore. But I actually watched the full 18-hour video of Redeem's day one clear of Last Wish and took notes of that myself, looking for the breakdowns. I mean, it was really informative because you know how to do the raid now, right? We know how to do the raid. So as you watch them fail, you see the kind of cues that they miss, and then you realize Bungie does this kind of thing a lot. So it becomes a bullet point that you can say, well, look for this in the leaderboard, look for not even just what shows
Look at
up,
him go.
but what's omitted, you know, that type of thing.
That is the most impressive launch of a Paraversal contestant I've ever seen. Come back to us, man. That was ridiculous.
I must have missed something.
Oh, so I don't know what happened or how he launched it, but like he basically went up to basically the edge of that top of that cliff right up there. Like he was just up there. I don't know how he got up there, but it was pretty impressive. Shady Siren.
But yeah, I did something similar and tried to share those findings with my raid team to try and build that same kind of assessment logic, I guess you will. And the other key thing to note is those moments where, because it'll happen in every raid, where people get short with one another. Redeem watching their video for Last Wish. I mean, 1 second it may be Sweatsickle, you know, who gets short. Well, you guys need to do this, and then somebody else will say, "All right, guys, hold on, let's keep it together. Let's not get at each other's throats." You know, somebody will do it, and then an hour later, the person who said "keep it together" is the one who gets short, and then it was Sweat that comes back in and says, "You know, it's about reminding each other to play it cool. We're here for a common goal. Don't forget that." And you need those call-outs. You need
really
that to
do,
happen.
yeah. So it's gonna happen. It's not a matter of if. It's gonna happen. What's up, Chunky Knight? Chonky Knight. That night is a chonk.
The other key thing to remember is there's always going to be a weak player, right? Not to say that anybody's bad,
Yep.
but there's always going to be someone who needs to catch up to what the rest of the group is doing.
Yep.
And you have to be prepared to have those conversations in a constructive way. Never, well, I'm doing all of this and you're not. That type of stuff.
Yep.
And that's a day one raid challenge. Because it's a long time that you're all in there together. And I'll tell you, my weakness on day one has always been, well, I've got it figured out. I know what I need to do. I am staying alive. This is the job that I'm meant to do, and I'm doing it well. And then I stop communicating. I wait for everybody else to pick it up, to figure it out. I'll throw in little suggestions here and there. If they're not well received, I'll then go mute. Those are my weaknesses on a day one raid. Something I need to work on.
Yeah, mine is probably that and there's probably other ones, but the one I can think of off the top of my head pretty easily is that I will allow kind of like divergent directions to go because I want them to kind of figure out, you know, what's not working themselves, because I'm like, oh, this will make them, you know, a better player or a better raider or whatever, but really it's just prolonging the factor. It's like, no, just flat out be like, that's not working, we gotta try something else. I'll be like, oh, maybe we should try it a little longer, they seem to be pretty sure.
That's honestly another way of describing what I just said, which is, yes, I'm going to let you, without telling you here's what you need to do, I'm going to let that grow on its own, which is also a fine approach, but it takes a lot longer.
Yep.
Which is going to result in everybody being in there for 5 hours longer than necessary, which provides more time for frustration and, picking at each other. And not to say that any one person has the answer either. It's the group dynamic. You have to be able to feel out what the consensus is on what's working and what's not, and then have the person who isn't used to playing that way or doesn't feel that play style find a way to fit into it. I don't know. I really like the dynamic of a day one raid because it provides a lot of social challenges on top of, build crafting. And
That's true. That's very true.
And the horse shall reward you.
Yay!
A brilliant choice from tonight's most gifted contestant. Enjoy the horse's fate.
Why did it not send me up?
If you don't jump, it won't grab you. I learned that the dumb way quite a few times.
Oh, interesting.
It's actually also the only way you can get the buff that's at the right underneath it, because if you jump and try to land on the buff, you'll get grabbed and be sent up. But if you just walk over it, you can get it, and then you just jump from there.
This powerful Vex is all that stands between you and going home.
This powerful Vex. Thank you. How did you know? Ooh, that was close. I totally forgot about the planes, and so I was just doing my own thing, and then I turned around and I'm like, oh, oop, dodge. Shoot your belly button, bad man. I ran out of life's energy.
I got this other half on for the deep sight, and it's just not a good option for this boss.
Mm-hmm. Gate Lord, Dare's champion. Zydron does a lot of things. Yay! 2 deep sight
Red border
resonance.
BXR.
Yes, champion. You are victorious.
7th Seraph Officer Revolver with a red border. Don't care. Honestly, if they made the Warmind Cell weapons craftable, that would be great. I would love to have some sort of like enhanced Warmind perk.
Wouldn't it be great if everything we've talked about happens and we get those in the dungeon?
That would be pretty awesome.
I mean, they can't though. They can't though, because no one will run Warmind builds. It'll feel like a dead season unless they facelift Warminds. And
maybe that's part of the
they've said
surprises.
They're not going to do it. We'll see, I guess.
I know that they're planning to do
adore
something
that.
with them, so maybe this will be the revelation.
You do know they're planning on doing some Warminds?
Yeah.
What did we hear? 'Cause last I heard, they said that they were
not what
going to
they're.
touch them.
We haven't heard what they're doing, but they have said that they are planning to work on both Warminds and Charged with Light. They said that like about a season or two ago, and it was very much a like single sentence thing. So it wasn't any details. It was just, we are going to work on them. So something's going to happen to them, and nothing has happened yet. So literally the only thing I could bring to the table is, therefore, something will happen to them. Maybe this will be it. But yeah, since it was so vague, it's like it could be. So here's the parallel I'd probably put into that sentence, though, is that when Stasis came out, one season later, they said they're looking into doing the same thing they did with Stasis to all the light classes, but they haven't figured out what to do about the unique supers. For example, you know, if they generically do it, then maybe Titans will lose. And I always forget the formal name, but Sparkle Yeet and warlocks would lose what was that? Pocket Void as examples. We're figuring that out. And then with that impression, the way they described it, I was like, oh, okay. So maybe in a couple of years we'll get that. Or maybe they'll start something at the end of this season, but it'll be this slow, like, year and a half stagger out or whatever. And then we find out basically fast forward 1 year from that point, they're like, yeah, they're all coming in here. Here's the we don't know the order, but here every season you're going to get one. So I'm kind of curious if it's going to be something like that, where it's like in my head, when they're that vague, my head is like, oh, it's going to be a year or so out. But then it's like fast forward like 1 or 2 seasons. They're like, we fixed it. Boom. There you go. So I'm kind of hoping it would be in that timeline. So I'm kind of hoping maybe, and you got to admit, with Rasputin coming up, Warmind Cell Refactor, that would be a great place to do it.
Yeah, it just makes sense, right?
All right. Oh, before I go in, let's make sure I'm not going to fill up my inventory.
Oh, yeah, my post is super full.
Yeah, why don't we
Get
do
some stuff cleaned up myself?
Why don't we go to tower? Because I want to actually clean some stuff up. I'm pulling stuff from dim, but like there's so much crap in there.
It's going really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a Red Border Wastelander and BXR from that
nice
run, plus half truths. So I mean, moving along. I really don't feel like the Red Border drops are as painful in this one. Or I'm just getting lucky. You know how RNG is.
Yeah,
and you, sir, are my lucky charm. I had, what did we do? We did 2 or 3 games last night of Expedition in a row.
Mm-hmm.
We got double champion spawns.
Mm-hmm.
I've not seen that at all.
Really? Yeah, I did feel like they were
some decent progress.
They were happening more last night than I've experienced too. So I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm up at 186 now.
So for the Battler, I'm now at 3 of 5. And let's see, what else do I got here? Pardon Our Dust is at 3 of 5. Wastelander pretty soon will be 2 of 5. Retraced is 2 of 5. Considering most of these were all 1s, maybe 2s. I'm happy with that.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
The swords, I haven't gotten anything new, but admittedly, the other half I just need 1. And then half truths, I'm at 1 out of 5, but it hasn't, like I said, it hasn't moved. Checking. That's my thought at any rate. Confirmed.
This is so weird. The UI, every time I select or delete something, it turns everything red border. I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, it flashes a red border and then it goes back white.
Oh, that's weird.
I agree. It's very strange.
All done.
Very strange.
Yeah, man. Yesterday was great. I was very productive. Got a lot of stuff done.
A lot of fun too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised how much I got done yesterday. I was not expecting to get anything close to that done.
Well, yeah, we crushed the last wish. I mean, that in and of itself is an accomplishment.
Oh, heck yeah.
How long did we take to do all that?
Oh, that's a good question. One sec.
I don't recall how long we were in last wish.
Because I was meaning to check and I completely blanked on it because I was curious myself. It felt very fast. I mean, it was in the 2-hour range, but like, I'm not sure how much. Like, it could have been 145, it could have been 215, but yeah, it was in the 2 range. For all of Last Wish, I'm happy with that. Let's see. 159. All of Last Wish.
with
That's the
challenges.
thing I need to bring to the table, because honestly, the thing that is such a big deterrent in our clan to do Last Wish stuff is everyone keeps thinking it's the longest raid. It's not. It's a raid. It literally has about the same number of encounters as all the other ones. It just has increments, and they seem to take that increments as like, oh, well, you need them because it's so long.
It definitely does have more stages, more encounters than basically all the other raids. I mean, even King's Fall only has 5. This one has 6 if you include the Queen's Walk. But Cali is over in 5 minutes tops.
Yep. Shuro-Chi is
Make
a
sure
10-minute
everybody
one
knows
by
what-
definition.
Yeah.
Or no, it's not even.
Limitation.
It's just I think it's 2.5 per floor, so it's less than that. It's like 7.5 minutes tops.
Well, the timer is not running while you're doing the puzzle, but yeah, we can call it a 10-minute encounter easy, because you're cutting the time off the clock. And then Morgeth, as long as you ad clear, you're done with the first half of that raid in 25 minutes. If everybody knows the role. I mean, obviously everybody's got to be experienced in it and know where to go and what they're doing, but that's an easy thing to overcome. Everybody, once they run a raid the first time, it gets unlocked, right? You just realize, oh, this is totally doable, and then that reticence goes away.
Mm-hmm.
And the way we do Riven is easy. Honestly, Vault is probably the longest encounter,
Yeah, I could see that.
but marginally compared to Shuro-Chi. Maybe Queen's Walk. I don't know. I don't actually know how long Queen's Walk takes. But it really largely depends on your success rate.
Oh, well, 15 times 2, so that'd be 30, times 6. So that's like literally 3 minutes. No, it's 20. It's 20 times 2, so that'd be 40 times 6. That'd be 240, which is 4 minutes. So 4 minutes. That's Queen's Walk by definition. Because there's no gaps in that timer. The moment it's done,
That sounds about, you're right. That sounds about right. So, I mean, Last Wish, because every encounter is basically timer-based, it's mandatory that the raid be concise and short. As long as you know where to go and where to be, you're right.
Because I was going to say, I think the perception comes from the fact that there's lots of failures on it. I mean, not in particular for any reason, but just because lack of experience running it, you know. And so because of that, it seems like it takes forever, because, you know, if you do a 4-minute thing, you know, 10 times, that's a 40-minute run, not to mention the gap before you start. So, yeah. Like, honestly, our Queen's Walk chats are probably, you know, as we're kind of going, okay, everybody ready, da-da-da-da-da, we're probably spending about half as long in there as we do on the run. It's like 2 minutes prepping, chatting, and then 4 minutes on the actual thing.
That's most raids, though.
Oh, absolutely.
That's
not unique.
Eats up a lot of time,
Yep.
So,
but in this case, like, the encounter is like by definition as long. Like, I could tell you, actually, the encounter by definition is longer, or is shorter every time than Queen's Walk when my clan was doing it, because of the fact that since they're nervous about failing it, there's like this, you know, here's what we're doing. Here's what you do. Here's what we, you know, here's the assessment of why it went wrong. You need to do this. I need to do this. You were doing this, but you need to do this. And like that whole conversation is like probably about 4 minutes. It's like, meanwhile, the Queen's Walk itself is as long.
Yeah. If you can get people's mindset to the point where it's all right, let's run it and learn from the fail.
Yep.
Then
it's quicker.
You're growing. It's so much faster. Getting in there, your discussions need to be brief about what we just learned, and then let's do it again.
Yep.
Let's put this in practice. but we spend a lot of time. I find we spend a lot of time blaming gear.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Really, it's just experience. It's just we've got to get used to this, and it also hinders the learning curve too. When you change something, now you have to relearn again what led to that issue with a new weapon loadout, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then you're bouncing back and forth between, well, let me try this weapon, let me try this weapon, when really you need to cut that corner a little tighter, or you need to work on your timing here. You can basically run everything. Dux is not wrong when he says a lot of this can be done with your normal equipment.
Yep. I like
Day one
whenever
is
people
really
go
where
into these raids, like I'll hear, okay, what's the build? And I'm like, you don't, there isn't really a build for the entire
whatever you
raid.
want, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it all depends on what you're doing, and then just use the weapons that you feel fit the way you play.
And when you hear a call out that says survivability is our issue, we've got the mechanics. People just need to stay alive. The
Mm-hmm.
only gear changes you need to make at that point, or subclass changes, or whatever abilities you choose to have selected,
Mm-hmm.
need to serve that purpose. Sustainability, stay alive,
Yep.
which means draw on your full kit, your full scope of abilities to nail that down, and then we're done.
Yep.
We can finish this one and progress to the next one.
I would agree with that. Let's see.
I'm
Sorry,
all
I'm checking
cleaned up
something
and
quick
ready to
here.
go when you are.
All right, I'm almost ready. I'm just checking something quick here. Let's see, that's the display. Here we go. That's interesting. Yeah. Deal with that later. All right, let's clear all this garbage out. Gurgage. Oh, that's right. That's why I had that open. I'm getting spacey enough that I'm like, oh, why did I have this page open? Oh, because I wanted to check on the thing that I was trying to look up. Yes, load settings from last time. That works for me. All right. Thought so. Mediocre carbine. I had a better carbine. Hollow words. Not surprising. Uh-oh, attention. Contacting Destiny servers. There we go.
I will be right back. You can load up whenever.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Yeah, that officer revolver is no bueno. A couple of crappy Jurassic Greens. Crappy Macabre. That's pretty bad. Funnel web. So bye-bye to the funnel web. And meh.
Done, done, done.
All right, there we go.
Certainly smells different.
Dares of Eternity.
I never thought I'd live to see darkness return.
Oh. Howdy.
That was very odd. It said it kicked me to orbit for inactivity.
Yeah, so I took us to space, or I took us to the dares, and I've noticed this. If you stand still in the tower, even though you didn't hit the timeout point, when I take you to space, it's as if it now is using the actual locations timeout, which everywhere else, of course, is much shorter than the tower, so it'll kick you out. Marty has this happen all the time. If he's standing still in the tower, when I take him somewhere, boom, he gets kicked out because it's like, oh, you were, idle. It's like, well, not compared to the tower time.
Very interesting. Yeah, I've never experienced that. Seems like Dares progresses much slower than all of the other activities.
It does. It very much does. That from what I've been told, correction, no one told me this. From what I've read, that was intentional because of the fact that it is effectively, even though it's not at the same scale as, say, Witch Queen, it is a expansion, not a season, and so because of that, they wanted the growth to basically reflect like seasonal or expansion level growth, not seasonal growth. So it's dog slow.
That is an accurate assessment. But I'm almost there.
Yep.
I think I just rolled over. Yeah, I just rolled over 5,000 in collections. So that's exciting.
Nice.
Issues a challenge.
Ooh, that guy's got a good outfit there. I like that.
What is surviving tonight's Dares of Eternity?
Dares of Eternity.
We've still got another month left in this season.
Yep. December, I think 6th was the new season. So yeah, we've got some time.
The great steed will bring out your opponents.
Man, I'm gonna knock out these GMs, and I am probably going to disappear from Destiny for a little while.
That makes sense. Myself as well. I mean, outside of the our weekly raid stuff. Just because that is.
Yeah, I'll still show up for that, but that's because that we can get in there and we knock that out quick.
Exactly.
I don't want to just bail on everybody, but I am really looking forward to doing some other stuff.
Yep. Plan to play some God of War Ragnarok. Got some writing I want to get done. Gonna embrace it. It's gonna be great.
Yes, I agree. It'll be awesome.
I think I've spent the last 3 years pretty much consecutively, all of my video game time being spent on Destiny 2. So it's time to take a breather.
Yeah, and I struggle to do that every season. I try and get everything wrapped up so I can take the last couple of weeks off. I think that it might actually work this time.
I usually end up that way, but it's mostly because I have nothing else to do. I'm like, I guess I'll find other things to do. But this one, I'm trying to make it more of a conscious effort. I'm like, no, this is part of the plan, not just a byproduct.
Excitement and prizes await you beyond the demented dares of eternity obstacle course. It's time for another spin of the wheel.
When did they make the change where you could see the resonant elements that you have inside of craftable weapons?
Resonant weapon. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I believe that was the season after they were introduced, so that would be Risen, I think. No, Risen was the first season. The one after that.
It couldn't have been that soon because they made us the thing that you could put in your inventory that you could look at them.
That was done in first season. That was done in Risen. It was about a month in, but it was done in Risen because that was a huge instant complaint. Even then, it's still such a... I mean, I get why. It's a very quick mitigation that solves the problem for now. But I hate the fact that they did it by just making another inventory item.
Yeah, I deleted it once I saw that I could see my resonant elements inside craftable weapons, but...
Because they
I just didn't remember hearing the announcement that it happened.
So it was originally in there, but it was only for... This was back when they had, like, everything had, like, a handful of different crafted items. each thing you moused over would show you the unique crafted item requirement. But when they split it, that's probably the point where it became more noticeable, because the core element was never shown. It was just the unique element. I can't even remember what they called them, but you know how they had like 6 different element types that you had to collect over time? It had all of those in there for whatever the unique element was for the individual item. Take Dare Core. That's what I say. All right. I'm just here lobbing grenades at things. Ark just mentioned letting the Imperial Winnie keep you from sleep. I approve. Oh, I haven't seen the tank in a little bit.
Infinite name.
Excellent. Using some of that text to speech. I also approve.
Choose the door hiding your final opponent, and the horse shall reward you.
Womp, 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 womp. Oh, wow. It's the first time all night that we're gonna go deal with Crotacune.
5. I don't see this one much, to be honest with you.
It's very uncommon. Going down. Which I'm okay with, because it's probably my least favorite one.
Yeah, it's my least favorite. I was about to say the same thing. Like, I get it's easy, which is cool, I guess, but it's not particularly interesting to sit there and just spam heavy sword swings.
Mm-hmm. Clonk, 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 clonk.
Let the final round commence.
How's that chopping going for you, chop guy? Hooray! Deep sight resonance completed.
I must echo the horse from beyond the stars. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Pardon our dust, sir.
Good night, sir.
Oh no! Disconnected right at that point. I gotta wait for the reconnect. There we go. That's happened a lot more lately than I would like. Do you have a time in mind there, Ark? Or do you have a Queen's Walk set up? Brr. I'd give it a shot. Another dare. Another time. Finish the night with a colossal bad idea. Is that what you're thinking, Ark? Where'd you get your ship from, by the way, Dust? It's pretty bitchin'.
Platinum Starling. Was it Sterling or Starling? I don't remember. Starling. That was the Triumph for doing 100. I want to say 100 Black Armory forges.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to shoot for that one until I realized that it was physically impossible at the point that I realized what you need to do to get the ship, which sucks because I realized I could have done it had I known earlier, but I just wasn't up to snuff on the knowledge at that point.
Yeah, this is basically my favorite ship in the game.
It's a good ship.
It looks awesome. Well, that feather one that Jones had the other day, yesterday, man, that one's awesome too.
That one's pretty damn good.
But Trials.
I don't want to play Butt Trials. It's no good. No bueno.
This will probably have to be my last one, and then I gotta start the day, go get the kids.
No worries.
Catch up on some chores I've neglected for
time in memoriam. Well, no worries. I appreciate the time you're able to give.
Yep.
Down to an hour 45. I can do that.
Sound like you can.
Yeah, right? That's the yawn of a strong constitution, my friend.
Is made up, and your repeated deaths do not matter.
That is quite a titan right there. That Heart of Inmost Light.
Mm-hmm. Good old Hoyle.
Ugh. Some hacky legs, it looked like.
Skipped leg day. All right. That's right. I don't need to be using that guy now. I'm gonna use Blood Feud.
Spin the wheel to meet the other team joining us tonight.
Thanks for the plant, you scallywag.
Yar. And Avast.
Oh no. I just realized my plans for taking a whole month off are in jeopardy.
Uh-oh.
So I still have flawless runs to do.
Oh, yep.
I feel like Vault of Glass won't be a problem. It's more Garden of Salvation that I'm concerned about.
That is very true.
More foes pour into this realm at the behest of the ageless horse.
That horse has no age. Oh, nice. Apparently, Dux fixed his headset. Required a firmware update.
Ah. Somehow I need to acquire a new headset. My kid jumped on mine. I left it on the couch after a long night of gaming, and he jumped on the couch and broke it right above the earpiece.
Ugh. Well, if there are any headsets that are put out by Microsoft, let me know if you are interested in any of them.
Okay. Is that why you offered to not buy? You said if I was going to buy an Elite, not to buy it
at the store. Yeah.
Is that because you worked there?
Used to. Yeah.
Used to. Okay.
And I can, in the context of a stream, I can get people things for presents.
Gotcha.
Whee! No, I don't want to join allies. Well, I'm gonna anyways. I didn't have the trajectory, so I just bonked the wall. Burp! That's alright. None of this means anything. Oh, nice. At least I can rally still. That's good. Bonk. 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 Bonkity bonkity bonk. Brigand's Law sounds like a Canadian TV show.
Well, that's a good Canadian TV show.
That's right. Stars Nathan Fillion and Jewel State as two lawyers that hate each other but are forced to work together at the same law firm.
But previously served together on Firefly?
Exactly. I was going to say they're going to have lots of stunt casting where it's like, look, here's oh God, I can't think of her name. The lady, Summer Glau. I was like, who played River Tam? And Alan Tudyk is, a client that needs, eccentric billionaire client that needs help. And you know that he would play that client to a T.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. I'm not here to be blown up by your tomfoolery or shenanigans. I'm here to blow you up. At least this time that guy can't go to space. Nice. Good air smack.
Fallen from across the Paraverse wish to compete against you.
Boom, ba boom, 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 boom. A lot of whinnying going on there.
Is there no loot drop after that, boss?
I think only cash and prizes gives you, cash and prizes. Yay! We're special.
That's unfortunate. Most of my red borders so far tonight have been, or this morning, have been from that loot drop.
Oh, really?
I'm not even getting Dare's weapons from the final boss.
Yeah, so far I've just gotten armor.
The infinite steed places timeless Vex before you. See you on the other side.
Defeat him, Quillum. Of course. Step 1, wait until Jason throws grenades. Step 2, now teleport.
Yeah, that's how it always goes.
Yeah, suck it, bad man.
And that is the game. Shall we learn what our lucky winner will be bringing back to the tower?
I got a weapon, but it was just the 7th Seraph Officer revolver.
Yeah, I got a hollow words.
Pulled from the Paraverse itself.
I'm taking us to Zur, and then you may go on to all other deeds required for today.
Of which there are many.
Ooh. Nice. Got another donation from Ark. Hey, thanks Ark for the donation. Appreciate it. Just saw the update. Nice. Now it's 66%. 2/3 of the way there. It's curious, is it supposed to update on the screen, but I didn't see it, so I'm sus on that, man. What the heck? What the heck? Jeebus. Hour and a half. Got this. We can do it. Got a good feeling. What's up, Zur?
The Nine see your valor. What happens when every cell is dead? Have you angered the Nine? Have I?
All right, sir. I'm gonna break.
Sounds
good
good,
luck
man.
on the rest of your stream.
Thank you. Have a good day, and I'll probably, if you wanted to do that running stuff tonight, I'll talk to you then.
Yep, I'll be around.
Sounds good.
All right, later.
See ya. Hour and a half to go. Almost there. And it's now getting to the point where it's hard. I actually just micro slept there. It's like I had my eyes closed and I felt that little falling sensation. Oh man. That's right. Always got Destiny plans. Well, really, the plans are primarily just, do you want to raid? I'm like, yeah, I like raiding. Raiding's great. Let's do some more raiding. But I'm trying to remember what the thing was. I think it was Grandmaster. He wanted to do a Grandmaster. But yeah, it'll be after the sleep though, because I ain't doing it now. Did you hear my shout out, by the way, Ark? Thank you for the 50. I appreciate it. Appreciate. I've done one, and that was actually during this raid. I did this week's with Yes, with bloop sounds. With ducks in dust. Yeah, that I'm so punchy. I am that close to done. But I'm that close to asleep too. Dude, you should have heard me earlier today. I was when Ducks came on. He came on earlier when he got up, and we were just talking, hanging out. You can watch it on the VOD. Dude, I was so punchy. Like he was like, you could tell the difference. I'm sure you could tell the difference. But yeah, oh man. My memory gets the foggy at about this point in the run. But yeah, the hard part, I think the hardest part is over. Which is the just getting through the night. But the exhausting part is this last part, because it's only an hour and a half. I have done 23 and a half hours at this point. Oh man, no. See, Beat Saber I would be wrecked. Because at this point I've got a slight headache, even though I've been like chugging water religiously this whole time. I know I'm dehydrated, which just happens, going this long. And then on top of it, like just the fact I've been, up for so long, like I'm sore. And so it's like, dude, if I did Beat Saber, I'd like the headache, the exhaustion, the soreness. Oh, I'm like just envisioning it. Oh, that sounds horrible. Sounds horrible. Oh, my watch just told me good morning, because it's time when I would usually wake up. So that's hilarious. It's time for me to get up, even though, Oh my God. And I also got notification that today I moved 0.9 miles. Yeah, no, I also agree with that. Well, the other thing is, like, I think if I was to do Gloomhaven right now, like, the turns would just be exhaustingly agonizing for you, because I would just be spacing left and right. Like, this I think is kind of close to my mental cap. It's like something that's in motion to keep me distracted, but not enough to actually make me sore. Oh, dude, yeah. I would click all the wrong cards. It would take forever for a turn to actually occur. It would just be the worst. Yeah, Dares. The only thing about Dares is, and I've already run into this, is the fact that it fills up your inbox so quickly, your postmaster. And right now, at the state my brain is in, like, clearing my postmaster is a feat. Like, I'm like locked, because I'll be like, what do I need to look up? And I'll just stare at it, and I'll stare at my screen and stare at it and stare at my screen. I don't know what I gotta do. I don't know. Something. I'm supposed to click on a thing, I think. Postmaster's enemy of everything, honestly. It's a conspiracy. Conspiracy, I say. It's a conspiratorial conspiracy. Let's see, what the heck do I have that I can do? Oh yeah. One more catch crash without dying. Let's do that. Let's go catch the crash. Let's crash some catches. Sounds like a mean thing to do, but I'm just the guy to do it. Wait, how many strange coins do I have? Oh, 2. I've got 712 candy? Where did I get that? Oh, right. I was helping with haunted sectors earlier. Yeah. That's what I say. I do. I say it all the time. Very popular saying in my my native language of Yawnanese. What do you think of the music? Number one, do you like it? The background music. Number two, is it too loud? Number three, is it too quiet? I think it's at a good volume right now, but I honestly could not tell you because I'm not hearing the output. I'm just hearing, what I'm hearing. It's quite fine here, but maybe it's too loud. Maybe it's not loud enough. Makes me do this. That's pretty good. Oh, yeah. Oh, it is? It's pretty quiet? Okay. That's good to know. Let's see. How about here? Is that better? Okay. Very cool. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. That's what I say every day. Didn't mean for it to rhyme, but it did. So there's that. I'm a bit bummed that the event didn't ring out because it was supposed to. That's good. Actually, I didn't change the volume of the game though. Yeah, so when you donated, it's supposed to put an audio alert out, and I didn't hear it. I've heard alerts for like the TTS and everything, which is good because they're supposed to go out, but I did not hear the notification of the donation, and that makes me sad. Hell yeah. Too bad about your not alivingness. Ha 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 ha. Oh, no. That's, that shouldn't be, at earliest, that wouldn't be starting until, Tuesday, the community event. Blah, blah, blah. Hour 19. Like, I'm now at the point where I'm just checking constantly. I'm like, how about now? How about now? How about now? Bonk. Bonk. The heck was up with that guy? Did you see that, Elixni? Fallen dude? He, is like, I just smacked him in his ass and he just cartoon jumped. He's like, oh my goodness. Did you see that ludicrous display last night? Might as well just walked it in. I enjoy that show. It is lovely. Lovely. Yeah, suck it, bad man. Suck it. Scurvy's in the house. I just reloaded so fast. So fast. Not slow, but fast. Hey. Hey. You're getting murdered. You're getting murdered. now you're not alive. That's some enthusiasm. Killed himself.
This crew works for Aramis, but they are not loyal. They have not given her the relic. Yet.
Jeebus. 1 hour 17. So close. So close. I could feel it. I could taste it. I could smell it. Yeah. Oh, you think you're fancy, huh? Well, fancy this. Eat this, fancy feast. Yeah.
These pirates risk their lives for the relics. Is it just greed that drives them?
For ones who are powerless, the strength of the relics is worth risking all.
Now, what is a normalized sleep schedule? I'm just like. I don't know about strong, but I am at least going. I'm like wobble, wobble, wobble. I just got what? Got that in my way. I can't even see. Over 14! Woo! Not gonna lie, that sweet, sweet ass bed, man. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing. That's right. W key to the end. Alright, bonk boy. You think you're fancy with your fires? I have bonk. I have bonk! be like, let me in. Please let me in. Oh. That was another micro sleepy. Oh boy. Do it. I can do it. Arrgh! Should slap my face and be like, yeah, let's go. I would do it, except I really want to get this one done without dying, so I've got that other triumph done. It's like, let's go, man. Arrgh. W key to the future. The future. Woo. Living that bubble life. Yeah.
Found another shanty for you, Captain Kell. Goes a little something like this.
Yay. Flawless catch crash. Pew, pew, pew.
Hey, calm down.
I've crashed all the catches flawlessly.
Fun out here.
I tolerate your
That's what it was. We were going to do a catch crash tonight. That's the thing I was trying to remember. Yeah. There you go. That's the thing. Yeah, I think it was gonna be, because Dust was like, "Hey, we can do one of those this morning." I'm like, I don't think I'd be up for that. Hell, I just barely survived that one that I just did. But oh, come on, fine. Oh, shush. Doop. I don't care what you found on the web. But I was like, hey, once I sleep, be down for it again. So yeah, that's, I think, the plan. But my memory right now is very fuzzy for obvious reasons. So probably want to double check in the evening. But for now, that's what I think it was. So I'm looking at my track records, the things most close to being done, and it's funny because everything I'm seeing on my screen right now, they're all weapons. They're all crafted weapons. Pardon Our Dust, 4 out of 5. Plank State, 4 out of 5. Smite of Moraine, 4 out of 5. Epicurean, 4 out of 5. Zuli's Bane, 4 out of 5. BXR 55, 3 out of 5. Then it finally goes on to other things. That's a lot of almost done guns. Almost done guns. Done gun. Man, I'm so excited to be almost done, but oof. This is gonna be that last sprint at the end of the marathon. Running for the for the line. Whew. But it'll be worth it. All the way up till the end, because Ark made the overnight worthwhile with his donation. Kind of proves that had I not been doing the whole thing, I wouldn't have gotten this morning's donation. And then the ones from last night proved that it was worth starting. So it's like a tether holding purpose up. A purpose tether. Purpose-filled tether. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of keep in that habit so I don't forget, but I'm almost there. Like in terms of seasonal, I just need the Plank State, which I'll get this week. And then in terms of the raid, I got 2 more reds, which according to what Dust was telling me, I'll probably get this week because the bonus chest is fail protected, so it'll give me something I don't have, and then based on what I got there, the other one will be the one I buy. So I think that'll close out both of those. Then lots of dares, because I got a lot of dares ones to do. So many dares. So many dares. But getting there. Getting there. That will be good. I'm looking forward to that. I will be right back. My innards are telling me I need to take a break. I will be right back in about 5 to 10. That's all there is to that. Except the music. So enjoy the music while I be right back.
It's potty time.
Alright. The heck am I gonna do next? No one knows. I don't even know. I'm the one doing it. I could do some more dares. I don't know what to do, Alien. Something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just about at the same state. I think I got maybe 2-3 hours.
Nice.
So I'm up for whatever. I got all ready, put pants on, and then poor little kid, Pearl's cousin's poor little kid got his fingers slammed in the car door. So brunch/lunch plans have been canceled. So I have free time now.
Nice. All right. Well then, mayhaps it be dares. More dares.
Yeah. Can we stop at the Eternity?
Oh, at the store? At the Zur store?
Yeah, I need to play with Mr. Tangleface.
Sure. That's what I call him, Mr. Tangleface.
You get all the tangles all over his face.
Right. Hello, my name is Mr. Tangleface. Oh man, we're so close.
You're almost there.
1 hour and 10 seconds. Oh my god, I can do it.
You gotta be like, what was the hardest part of this so far? What period?
I would probably say, like between 6 hours and 4 hours left, because I was just a little less tired than I am now, and there was no one else on, and the fact that like really I was going through every game I had. I spent like probably a half hour looking at my library, because my original plan was to do solo dungeons, and I actually kicked it off with Prophecy, but I got just short of taking out the captain before going to the wasteland, and I was then I got booped, and I was like, I don't really feel like whittling him down, so I was like, okay, let's do something other than Destiny. And my original thought, my initial stab was, well, let's go play some Horizon Zero Dawn, but because it's 3 in the morning and I already know I'm tired, like, dude, the reason I play this is for the narrative, for the story, and I'm not going to remember much of any of it. And so I'm like, that's probably not a great idea. So thumbed through some games, ended up playing a bit of Control. I've actually beaten the original console version and all the DLC, but I picked it up over the Halloween sale on Steam because it was like $15, and
stupid cheap, for the full version.
It's the ray traced version, so I wanted to kind of see what that looked like, and it was gorgeous. Actually, it was like way more gorgeous than I was expecting.
That's one of the games that I would say is probably worth playing ray traced. But I was gonna say, like, wasn't that originally made with AMD's? What's it called? Wasn't it like the partnership with AMD and Microsoft, where they, whatever the studio that wrote that did Control, used AMD's whatever their FX is. I can't remember what their proprietary ray tracing is, but they were using that one, I thought. Back when it could be.
I mean, admittedly, it's all using the DX12 library, but that's an abstraction, between the hardware. So it might have been written, like, optimized in AMD, but it looks quite nice over on the the 3070.
After so many years of like both of them being out, like, it's gonna be no difference. They'll have a codex for both of them for the same game.
Right. So. Well, that's the DX12 part. Yeah. That's the thing that was a big sale though when Control Ultimate Edition first came out, because that originally Control didn't have ray tracing when it was first released, but they did a special release at the time of what's it called? Series X and the PS5 being released. That was specifically ray traced, and that's also when they did the PC release. And at the time, I was like, well, number one, I don't have any cards that can support that. I could get the Series X version, but the thing was, it's a separate SKU. It's not like an upgrade of the original SKU. And I had already played through all of it. I'm like, I don't want to buy a full price for a game I literally finished like a year or so ago.
Right.
Because I also came into it late. Because it's been out for a few years at this point.
Yeah. I've actually gotten it on console, played it almost all the way through on console, and then I got it on PC, and exactly the same thing. Console was great, but without that like higher frame rate, that game does have a lot of things that kind of don't play well, or the motion blur doesn't work as nicely. You put that higher frame rate on there and those fidelity effects, oh my god, does the game look so different.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good to go whenever you are.
All right, let's do it.
But that's another one on my checklist that I actually should go back and finish playing, because goddamn, is that a fun one?
Right? So my next game. Oh, what? Wait, what? What? Wait.
What is that?
Hold on 1 second. What was that? Just as I went in, for a split second, I saw a screen that said something like reset time change. Oh, I bet it was a notification about the fact that daylight saving just ended.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is fine, because I literally lived through it tonight. So I'm fine with that. I get it.
That extra hour.
But yeah, what was I saying about I'm planning to pick up next week God of War Ragnarok. That's going to be my big push over the next week or two, because yeah, I loved the first one of the of the reboot. Well, not reboot, it's more of a continuance, but
right,
in terms of their approach.
Yeah.
Soft reboot, I think, is the term, but but yeah. Plan to play that next week. Once it comes out, because I think it comes out on the 7th, the 9th, one of the two.
There's something else coming out soon that I was looking at.
There's a lot coming out in November.
Vampire Survivor just launched out of alpha, so now it's actually it's a full-fledged game, and it has Xbox rewards.
I've heard that.
That's the other thing. It launched to Xbox, so it's on consoles now. But if you want a fun like one night stream game, maybe a series game, try Vampire Survivors. There's a lot more depth to it once you get past the initial character unlocks. I think Pearl keeps going back and doing like the challenge modes, like finding the secret bosses and stuff.
Nice.
It feels like an old NES game where like every level, the first time you see it, you're like, oh, this is hard, this is like difficult. And then you realize you didn't even touch the 6 hidden treasures or hidden triggers in that level. And you're like, oh.
Gotcha. Fair. I'll have to check that out.
And I think it's with Game Pass. So that's the benefit with that one.
Nice.
Getting all the good games for the holiday season that are coming out, hopefully. Is there anything else coming out this year?
There's a few. I mean, admittedly, not a lot of them are ones that I'm specifically kind of looking forward to, but I mean, not that I'm not, but just not my particular jam.
Right.
But yeah, apparently I looked at the list of release dates, and Thursday, November, has a pretty hefty release schedule. There's a lot of stuff coming out.
And like historically, it's usually August, October, November. That's kind of August, September, October, November. That's pretty heavy in preparation for
holidays.
Yeah, the Hallows. The Hall Betweens, as they say here.
Indeed. Happy Hall Between.
Their wills are not their own. You face the Taken.
Chiffy. Oh, I bet it's Shiffy, because if it's Chef. So it's Shiffy Chef. like it. It's a good name. Quality name.
Names. Oh, that was not something I killed by.
I will bonk you. Oh, right between them.
That actually gave me some points to that. Nice. It's gonna be an easy one to finish. I did the hand cannon thing, so my arc's strung out. And, do some arcy arcs and shoot some things, hopefully.
I just realized I should whip that guy out. Get some quality kills on my touch Malise.
Ooh, there you go. That's a good one to level up. Where's this guy? I know there's a person somewhere around me. There they are.
Oh, this one's gonna be especially interesting while tired because I have to remember to not keep squeezing the trigger.
That's true. That's gonna be even more difficult.
There's
All of a sudden you
challenge.
die, you're like, wait, why did I die?
Exactly.
Oh, right. I killed myself.
I was just firing my auto rifle and then, oh, right.
I'm not my own friend. I hate myself. My gun kills me.
Right? That can't be good.
You must now prepare for our obstacle course. The
Hostile?
inconceivable horse proclaims it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, somebody was saying that the reason this whole thing works is because of frame rates. Was that you?
That was me.
Okay. That makes complete sense because I've only played this on the PC. If I was playing this on the console, then I can understand.
Spin the wheel of adversity.
I was blah blah blah. That's what I say. All the time. All the time.
All the blue bops for the bebops.
Exactly. Gotta bebop the blue blops. I am charged with Blight 7.
Now we just murder. Murder, death, murder.
Deep within the vault of glass, please welcome the Vex.
They're competing for cash and prizes, guys. Cash and prizes better run away.
That's right. You had best check yourself before you have successfully wrecked yourself.
Oh, I totally have the wrong thing on. That's fine. Here I thought I was going to throw some blades. Hear that, Winnie?
The horse wishes to witness
The
further
horse.
combat.
Of course, the horse.
Oh, that all went fast. Oh, hi. Oh, goodness. There's some guys. They're doing things, and they hurt. What's our guess?
Cash and prizes, please.
Mm-mm.
You must overcome the Vex to reach the next round.
These stupid Vex. They're scared off cash and prizes.
Truck, 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 truck.
Not a garden down. Oh goodness, you have a big guy right here. Obliterate.
Everything must die.
We had Aiken, Vex. I don't know what the one we'll probably get. Honestly,
No
kind of feel
one
like this might be
Fighting your final opponent.
a Hive or a Cabal.
A Hive of Cabal.
Have a Cabal. I'm gonna stand a Cabal. I'll be the one outlier here. Oh my god, you guys had it right.
Bingle dee ding.
A brilliant choice from tonight's most gifted contestant. Enjoy your horses.
How long do you think you're gonna sleep after this?
Probably at least 6 hours, but I'm just gonna let myself decide since I'm taking tomorrow off, so I don't.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But I don't want to get a full sleep because that then kind of messes up the sleep schedule.
Throws the full schedule
Yeah.
off, yeah. Yeah, so you're still tired enough that you want to go to bed at almost a regular time tonight?
We'll see, but yeah, something in that range, definitely. Like, ideally, like, I'd love to try to offset it enough that basically tomorrow I'll be getting up at like 10 a.m. or noonish at latest, so that like by the next day it'll be pretty darn close.
Back on normality schedule, whatever that may be.
Yes, it's such a relative term.
They come. Oh no, someone got boopted. melt him super fast? Probably. You need to get the points just a little higher, so I'm gonna hold off on doing a bunch of damage. Go. Oh man. Oh man. Now he runs away. Yeah, ever since they implemented that increase for experience on these crafted weapons, it's actually been like possible to get your weapons leveled up at like a reasonable pace. Just these lost sectors this last week alone was enough to like get me most of them. Or at least the few things I just got.
Understandable.
There we go.
Where'd you go teleporting? There you are.
The steed lends you its power.
And he go bye-bye. There we go. The end of that. Da-da-da-da.
The great steed who trots
Give me my candies.
Thank you.
Oh,
Play with us.
Red Border 7th Seraph,
Nice.
which is gonna
Although
be
we are
trashed.
held in a perpetual void, we
I'm
hope
doing
you
on
will
this
join us next time,
Catalyst,
right
43%.
here
Okay.
on Dares of Eternity. Good night.
What's the bonus on that one give?
Oh, it is rapid precision hits temporarily increase stability and reload speed.
Oh, okay. Basically just makes it so you can just keep firing.
Yep. More fieriness.
Hit me! Hit me! Hit me!
Exactly. Alright.
You're so close.
Yeah, dude, I napped a couple of times in that one. Alright, let's do it again. Nice, secure wheels.
Mm-hmm. Rinse and repeats. I guess I'll put a Taipan on. That does need to get a level up. What else? Defeat frozen or slow combat. So well, that's gonna be tough. Sniper rifles. Arc damage. How many those the arc things? Ugh. And kinetic things. Okay, do those, I guess. Oh. Oh, slow death.
Agreed. Yes.
Food does not go down the breathing tubes, guys. It just doesn't work.
Generally, I agree.
But inadvertently worked out. I've ordered the said pizza last night because then we had something this morning to eat.
Nice. Some brunch
Not
pizza.
that we don't have. Yeah, I was saying, not that we don't have other things to eat. It's just then we don't have to actually spend time making said things to eat.
Dares of eternity.
Oh, my friend, apparently posted something about what, game he did consulting for, and I want to know. Where's the link? Oh, I see.
The game. Funsy game.
Yeah, I did it on LinkedIn, so I gotta log into there and didn't get it.
They don't make that easy.
Boop. Notifications. Oh, nice. Okay, he worked on the Iron Man VR game that's coming out.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. Good for him. Good for him.
Give the wheel a spin.
In that wheel.
Will bring out your opponents.
Rally around the bottom of the pocket full of shells. Oh, I had a bow. There it is. Another one? Yes.
Let us welcome our
Where's this one?
contestants.
No.
The Taken.
You know, I totally think I have one weapon and I can never find it. Oh. Don't mind me, just putting things in places. Okay. See if that actually
there?
counted.
Aw.
Yeah, cool. Defeat Rose in her slow combatants. Oh god. Ah.
Horse demands more from you. I must oblige.
You make the horse happy and he gives you more things to fight. This does not seem to work.
Right?
Sir,
No,
sir.
I don't think that's how it's supposed to work.
That is not the logic that I am looking for.
Hi, bud. Yeah, he's tired too. It's like, why aren't we crashing?
Did he stay awake with you the whole time, pretty much?
He slept a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I think he stayed up. Oh, nope, not on there. There you go. Oh, hold on, buddy. There you go. Got his leg tangled up with the headphones.
Oh,
There you go,
buddy.
All right.
Shoot at me. Something is shooting me. Oh, it's down here. Oh, 30%.
More excitement and prizes await you beyond the dimension.
Bases would actually
of
be
eternity
not a horrible thing to run this.
Eh. Bleh.
Splattered. You were splattered.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, well, actually, kind of helps. That's what I think. That's just my opinion, though.
Best opinion ever.
It's full of factoids.
Oh, Cabal.
Ooh, I got raised.
Let us hear it for our returning champions, the Cabal.
Ah, the Cabal. Our returning champions.
Somebody got Ricky rolled.
Satisfying.
Beep. Look at all the glimmer and all the candy. What's this candy for? Nothing important.
More foes pour into this realm.
The
at
Great
behest of the
Candini.
ageless horse.
All the candy. All the candy.
Alright. 30 minutes.
Almost done.
Woo!
One. For the hot time. Just one more back there.
Think so.
All the way in the back. Catching prizes? Catching prizes?
Cash in, prize us. Cash in, prize us.
Look at that.
The treasurer appears.
We got it.
Bingo,
The
bingo.
cosmic equine smiles upon you. You feel the touch of its celestial hoof.
Oh, those coins. Sweet, sweet coins. Alright, now the question is, where are we going?
Right?
One door holds your final opponent. The horse insists you
Ugh.
guess.
Actually, I want it to be this one. Nice.
Woohoo!
A brilliant choice from tonight's most gifted contestant. Enjoy your horse.
Nice catch.
Well, thank you.
Oh.
Live! No.
Don't die! Well, I can switch back to normal gun then. Oh, nice. Wastelander. Unlocking more things from that.
Pods have fallen from across the Paraverse to be here tonight. Survive the final round.
Oops.
Oh, somebody died.
Oops. Yeah, I got hit by the Thrasher. I got thrashed.
Oh. The Thrasher is just evil. In general, it is not a nice thrashing.
Facts.
Oh, look, I hear somebody. Oh.
Thrashed again.
Thrashers coming again, coming around. Dangerous this time of year.
Yeah, they get very thrashy. Oh, thrashed again.
Oh.
I'm surprised no one has taken out the Thrasher so we can finish.
Right? He was just sitting there the whole time.
Yep.
Question is, will we kill him before he gets his thing off again? I think maybe. Enough damage to get on him, just not consistent damage. There we go.
Ah, well, didn't get all the champs, but that's fine. Got my Quillam's Terminus leveled. That's nice.
Ooh.
Yes, champion. You are victorious.
Kairos function
We
gauntlets.
hope you enjoy.
22 minutes left.
You're almost there.
The Super
20
Temporal
deuce.
Force and I
20
will
deuce.
receive you next time on Dares.
Well, if it isn't the old 20 deuce.
24.
I know I shouldn't have trusted the 20 deuce.
Took Carlos and Maria.
That's right. Carlos, Maria, the 20 deuce. Alright. This should probably be the final one. Let's see.
Right?
One
It'll be like
last
literally
dare.
end of it. The only thing left will be to get clean out your inventory a little bit and wrap up the stream.
Go to sleeps. Go straight to sleeps. A to sleeps.
Yeah, I get to say this weekend alone was quite efficient.
It was very efficient.
Well,
The Immaculate Horse asked paracausal entities to name their favorite contestants. Survey says Guardians on tonight's Dares of Eternity.
Dares of Eternity. Alright, here we go.
It'll be at left.
Fungus. What? Wow!
What just happened?
I think someone literally went in at the exact same time, and the impact of me on them like killed me instantly. And I saw myself like spiraling through space. It was pretty cool looking.
I didn't even hear the like Guardian down.
I didn't either. It was just like I just saw the warp in, and then I just saw my guy just spinning, just like rotating in space, and then all of a sudden I was a ghost back in the other area. Like, huh? All right.
You died so hard that couldn't even catch it.
Oh yeah, I died real hard. I died so hard you don't even know. Okay, let's do this. Wah wah wah. All right. Omo Ninja? Moo Ninja, there we go. Let's try to figure out where the cuts on that name were. Talk. Suicide. Not doing great by shooting myself. God, this is the worst weapon to choose, considering I'm like drifting in and out of consciousness. But that's what makes it fun.
Keep catching yourself, killing yourself.
I don't think I have technically killed myself yet, but I have gotten really close. Really close.
What is Cabal? They're gonna come raining down and probably kill me with some kind of drop pod.
I'm gonna hide up here. Keep me safe. Keep me secret. Keep me safe. Alright. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Dudes.
Mr. Dudes, you can't do that. You're not part of the dude. Do that.
You cannot do that. Ha ha ha. Oh, hello.
Can't do that. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I need this for what? Where's the bosso? Oh, he's over there.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's too far away. Missed.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
sleep. Sleepy sleep. Here's the next one. This one over here I keep missing. I've thrown things at it like 3 times. And I found a fruit fly that's being an asshole. Get out of my eye!
Damned fruit flies.
Have you all signed your liability waivers?
Go hang out with fruit. That's what you're there for, fruit fly.
Just go and get yourself something else. I ain't the best fruit.
Whee! Thank you.
Bye.
Oh! I got smacked into the wall.
Oh no!
That was impressive.
Was that from just be going too fast, or?
No, I hovered. I think either someone like yeeted across and then smacked me as I was coming down, or it was the spinning apparatus like ricocheted and smacked me. One of the two. But yeah,
I think it was me that bopped off of you, because also I came to an abrupt stop in the air.
So violent.
All of a sudden you die, and I'm like, wait, why am I standing on your body? I didn't do anything. I didn't shoot him. What's going on?
We'll see if I'm able to get.
You gonna get it? Are you gonna get it?
We'll find out. 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Nice.
Oh, hey, thanks Anonymous for the $10 donation. Much appreciated. Good way to close things out. Always good to get that last little bit in before the end.
God, those things are gonna kill me. Found a guy. He's dead.
Hey, thanks, Torchy Berry. Much appreciated. Good to get that last little nudge with 13 minutes to spare.
More foes pour into this realm at the behest of the ageless horse.
Hopefully, I will not pass out before the last 13 here.
You got it, you got it.
I'm all charged with blight jerks.
Nice quick little bit.
All charged. Nice. I should poop a blight at something. That's the thing, I keep forgetting that this thing has that alt fire. I just keep shooting the regular one to get the kills, but then it's like, oh yeah, I got a bloop. I got a bloop. Everybody needs a bloopin'. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloopin' tie.
I'll charge you with blight. You know what? You guys. Here. Bleh. Aw. Yeah. There we go. Oh no. You guys. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. I said fire. Yeah.
But it doesn't wanna for you.
It's not. What the heck?
Was that
like every time I squeeze it, it's like. Meh, meh, meh. Maybe I need to be at 10. I don't remember.
Oh, the ultimate. Oh, yeah, it is 10. You gotta have blight 10 to make that extra, like, fire.
I thought you could do it earlier, but it wasn't as powerful. But I think I'm just crossing him up with the other things that can just do stuff like that.
I also, like, only noticed that it didn't go up after 10 and then tried it, so. I'm not 100% sure about it either. Oh, look at that! We get cash and prizes!
Cash and prizes, more than meets the eye.
Feel the hammers. Be the hammers. You are one with the hammer.
That's right. Hammer time.
Sorry, catching prizes. You're about to get rickety wrecked.
Ooh, it's crazy all up in here. Send me to space, my friends.
Aboo! Last minute,
Alright, so I'm going to choose this time based on the one I don't want it to be, because that seems like a great way to end this thing, because that's how fate works.
Right.
So Crota, because I don't want it to be Crota, so that's what it'll be.
Nobody wants Crota. Crota's
Nobody
not fun.
wants Crota. I like how everybody's picking Crota. Yeah,
It's gonna be Crota.
that's how it works. I don't want it. Well, then that's how you're ending it.
This is what you get. Live with it. But I don't wanna. Oh, you have to be so mean to me.
Whee!
I landed on one platform that entire thing.
Hoverfly. Whee!
That's one of those jump puzzles that, like, if you time it right, you can just stay in the air.
True. Oh, got
But if you
5
get
views now.
Mario'd, ooh, nice. Look at all the peoples. Nice the
know.
peoples.
All right.
Where does the light go? Oh, there it is. Not that I actually needed one. Holy crap.
All I'm using is my touch of Melise. How's that doing?
Give him some mealies.
How is my Melise doing?
Your final challenge tonight.
Oh,
We got
56.
an Oryx.
All right.
Draw swords against you.
Good old Crody Crota.
Crota. Call him Oryx. Nah. Son of Oryx.
Yeah, that's right. We call him Sun round here.
He's sunny boy. Not very sunny.
Rude. Keeps following me around, trying to chop me.
Wow.
Oh.
Did not learn manners, did he?
I did it.
Yeah, he chopped you hard.
I think I did it. I think I...
Gone there and done it.
Actually, no, it might have been him, but I'm pretty sure it was me. I might have Croted myself. Hey! Rude. Okay, fine. How about this hammer? How about that hammer? Hmm? Yeah. How about
Need
that
some
hammer?
hammer time.
You want a hammer?
Just saying.
Here. Come over here. I'll give you hammers. Yeah, hammers all day. Welcome to the Hammer Emporium.
It's hammer time. Oh, Crota's back. Bringing friends. You didn't tell me he was bringing friends over for dinner.
Crota time.
Yeah, he's angry at me. I don't like it. Yeah, I got one on me. I do not like this. There goes that knight. Ow.
Yeah. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah. Go away.
I'm getting rid of the one that was chasing me, because he's being an asshole.
Asshole.
Go away. I am not okay. I do not want to subscribe to the religion of the sword.
That's 2.
Oh, third one's about to go down.
There we go.
Question is this the end? Is it truly the end?
There we go.
It's the end.
Pshoo,
Da, 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 da.
I must echo the horse from beyond the stars.
Not see my little questy quest pop up. Nope.
Dare some
Supers. Ugh, I didn't get enough supers. Oh.
Supers weren't super enough.
No, it's not super enough.
Need more soups. Oh, 6.5 minutes. 6.5. We're getting there. Getting so close. So close. I'm gonna sleep and it's gonna be so good. Oh my god.
The best sleep ever.
Right? I know the dog wants it. Eternal
you
slumber.
stupid human! Why are you still up? It is past Knuckles time.
It's true. It's true. Alright, let's see. What is the most appropriate thing to finish this thing out? 6 minutes. Let's
Gonna do anything in the what is that called? Oh my god, Leviathan. Or
How
catchy.
about... I know, let's just go to the altars.
Get our altars on.
5 minutes left. I can at least do some quality murders.
Murder, death, murder.
Murder, death, a murder.
Like quality murder and death.
Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Do care about that. Don't care about that. Give me some room. Oh. Dump that. It's all about making room. Hurry. Time's of the essence. Must make room so I don't blow up my inventory. I think that one will do it.
The inventory is fragile.
Alright. Let's go. 4.5 minutes.
Get it. Get it. We just kill a lot of things.
There we go.
Kill more things. There you go. Whoa. Dodge reload on. Oh, I got a thing.
Hammers!
You're not throwing enough hammers. I mean, grenades. I mean, both of the above.
Yes. Feed it. Feed it.
One of them went through.
Mark was just saying that the final countdown song is longer than the amount of time left in the countdown. Will not allow this to time out before I'm done.
Who shall not pass? Oh.
Yes.
Killed enough things there, apparently. Enough things had been killed.
We're getting there. Yes. Okay. Got a good feeling.
We killed some things.
2 minutes
Look at
left.
that, guys.
Where are you going? Where are you coming from?
Right? Oh, straight ahead.
Nice.
No. Just now.
Come on. Will not pass. Not allow it. Woo!
hurts.
Willem time.
So much on the screen.
Almost there. "45 seconds. Let's do it. Oh. Nah.
No, none shall pass. So much rainbow going on right now.
20 seconds. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Da-da!
Woohoo! Awesome. How does it feel?
Exhausting. Hey, one more nightmare. We've got this one in the bag.
The bag.
Here we go. Here's Nightmare Man. Let's get him. Call it. It's the final action of a marathon run. Oh.
Just poop
Yeah.
you back. He's like, no, I take no hammers.
Woo!
Alrighty.
Time to rest.
It is sleepy times.
Well, thanks. Thanks to Ark. Thanks to Alien for finishing this out with me. Oh, Indiana Bones, come here. Come here. Oh, little chunk boy. Wow. Mwah. Thanks to him for hanging out, well, sleeping next to me this whole time. But,
Indie boy.
yeah. Mwah. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks again. I will
Yeah.
talk
Get
to y'all
some sleep.
later.
Good night.
Have a good night.